Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Denis Lacombe. I'm the CEO of the ORTC, and it's my pleasure to welcome you this afternoon for the Cancer Medicine Workshop. I hope you will enjoy the agenda that we have assembled for you, and this will be also my pleasure to co-chair with Francesco. Francesco, do you want to?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Francesco Pignatti. I'm a scientific advisor for oncology at EMA. Welcome, everyone. It's wonderful to see so many of you in presence and connected to this meeting.
So first, there are a few housekeeping rules that EMA has to share with you. So maybe Caroline.
Thank you, Denis, and thank you, Francesco. So just to tell you that please keep your microphone muted unless you are speaking. As you know, the workshop is broadcast live, and we will put a video recording on the EMA website after the meeting. Also to let you know that pictures will be taken during the meeting and will be made available on social media. If you want to ask questions, please raise your hand in the WebEx, or you can also put questions in the chat. So yes, welcome everyone. And
so now some additional words of welcome from me. I'm Emer Cook. I'm the Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency, and it is really an absolute pleasure to welcome you to this workshop on cancer treatment optimization, which obviously is hosted here by the European Medicines Agency, but I know we have lots of people online as well, which shows how much interest there is in this work and how much potential there is for us to do this better. I'm really also delighted to have so many distinguished experts in the field of oncology research and regulation gathered here today. As I said, this is about helping us to treat patients better. So we need all your thoughts and ideas to do this. So let me start by acknowledging the key role of treatment optimization studies in addressing critical questions surrounding approved cancer medicines. The need for optimization studies comes from the need to determine what really is the balance between timely access to market and the need for comprehensive evidence to inform decisions. But I think you all know that addressing optimization questions is very challenging, and we work in a very complex environment with lots of stakeholders involved and many decision makers who come from the question from different perspectives. So one of the reasons why EMA and EORTC have set up the Cancer Medicines Forum since March 2022 was to help address this complexity and to see if we can come to some proposals for better ways forward. And one of the forum's goals is to explore how we at the EMA can support treatment optimization. And of course, this is one of our primary objectives today. But I think I also have to be very clear that within the current legal framework, our remit to require optimization studies is limited, and because it's still voluntary for sponsors to address the questions, and we don't have a role in funding of the studies either. So there are challenges around how we look at the questions and how we bring the different stakeholders together. But we're extremely committed to addressing unmet medical needs of cancer patients, and we're also dedicated to developing guidelines and advice and bringing together our data analytics capabilities. And one of the tools that we have to help us here is the Darwin EU, the Data Analytics Real World Interrogation Network Initiative, which can take data from the healthcare systems and look at how medicines actually perform in real life. But we also have initiatives under our Accelerating Clinical Trials in the EU project. And the idea behind this is to work together to transform the EU clinical research environment and empower patients through all steps of clinical research with increased enrollment in clinical trials, and also enabling early access to new treatments. We strongly believe that by fostering open dialogue within the Cancer Medicines Forum, we can promote collaboration among stakeholders, both in Europe and worldwide. And this will help us in addressing challenges in clinical trial design and conduct. And this will help us then move towards a future where patients can receive the most effective and safe treatments available based on the initial studies, but also on some optimization work as well. So today's workshop marks a significant step forward in the journey. We will discuss critical issues surrounding treatment optimization. We'll explore potential solutions across stakeholders, including patients, researchers, policymakers, regulators, international partners, and payers. Your expertise and contributions are invaluable because you know how it works in practice. You know what the challenges are, and your insights will help us to enhance cancer treatment outcomes and improve patient care. So I want once again to extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you, and a special thanks to the Cancer Medicines Forum. I want to pay particular tribute to Denis Lacombe, who's a member of our management board, because he's really put a lot of leadership in putting together this extensive program of presentations and discussions. So let's seize the opportunity to use our knowledge and expertise to explore potential solutions and improve cancer treatment for patients in Europe and worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emer, for these introductory words. And again, I would like to emphasize how much we appreciate you giving to us the place to meet to discuss that. I think that's very important. As you know, this workshop is conducted under the auspices of the Belgian presidency. And in that respect, we are going now to hear a speech from Minister Van den Broek.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the field of pharmaceutical development, major innovations have emerged in recent years, such as personalized medicines, immunotherapies, and gene therapies. They offer patients new possibilities to fight their disease. However, their optimal use often remains poorly documented, leaving patients, doctors, and society with many questions. We often expect that a new product comes automatically with improved outcomes. But innovative does not necessarily always mean better. In fact, only 10% of new medicinal products come with a notable therapeutic advance. These sobering results, reported by different sources, are in line with a report by the Belgian Knowledge Center, the KCI. The KCI assessed 40 new oncology drugs introduced over the years 2004 to 2017 in 12 advanced cancer types. When outcomes were assessed, no detectable impact on survival was found for half of the tumor types, and only a small effect was found for the other half. How can we explain this? On the one hand, regulator and health insurance systems want to give patients fast access to innovative treatments that appear promising. On the other hand, the clinical data available is often limited or immature. Some patients may be willing to accept this uncertainty about drug benefits in order to access investigational, untested products sooner. But then again, patients and even clinicians may not always be aware of the limited level of evidence accepted by the regulators to allow products entering the market. From the perspective of the pharmaceutical company, time to market and reimbursement is obviously a key element in the calculation of return on investment. Generating clinical data is costly. So, unsurprisingly, under the current reimbursement practices, most of the time companies only generate the data needed to pass the regulatory hurdle, However, clinical decision-making needs more data. There's a need to bridge the gap between evidence for approval and optimal evidence for clinical decision-making. Early scientific advice plays an important role here. Not only the advice provided by regulators, but increasingly also by HTA bodies. The gold standard for regulators like EMA is the randomized control trial with an appropriate comparator and patient-relevant endpoints. We need to respect this gold standard approach as much as possible. Deviation from this approach must be well justified and agreed upon during the early scientific consultations I mentioned. Despite the efforts in the pre-market clinical development to answer the most relevant questions, including on optimal dose and treatment duration, inevitably additional research questions will remain. Notably in oncology treatments, those questions are multimodal. When new agents are integrated in therapeutic strategies, sound clinical evidence from a patient perspective is paramount. Oncology treatment is a complex field, and questions on the sequencing of treatments or combining treatment modalities like radiotherapy typically remain. Other questions concern dose de-escalation, the identification of predictors or better predictors of treatment benefit and harms, or markers of treatment response. Treatment optimization trials can help here. They can identify true innovation and facilitate access decisions. In Europe, EORTC, as a long-standing independent institute, sets up and conducts key treatment optimization trials to address these questions. We should explore how at European level, organizations like EORTC could help answer research questions that also HTA bodies and payers consider crucial after product launch. Uncertainty is a reality in reimbursement files today. The real added value and cost effectiveness of many medicines can best be tested when the medicine is used by patients. We then speak of real-world evidence. However, we need to professionalize the approach. Real-world data collection needs a valid research design, adequate research questions and research methods, also in the field of data collection and processing. Randomization must be used as much as possible, and we need a good balance between drug development and independent clinical research for a continuum of optimization. Optimization should start as early as possible and continue to go far beyond marketing authorization. Finally, the evidence efficacy gap demonstrates a tension between business priorities and patient benefit. It is therefore key to also involve patients and identify unmet health-related needs. With the Belgian presidency of the Council of the EU, we seize this opportunity to put the topic of addressing unmet needs on the agenda. We'll organize a high-level conference dedicated to the topic on the 17th and the 18th of April, entitled Health-Related Needs as Drivers for Healthcare Policy and Innovation. It draws on a project by KCE and Cienzano aimed at elaborating a scientific approach to identify disease-specific unmet health-related needs. The central idea is to ensure that government expenditure and public funding are used to address real health-related needs of patients and society. In order to do so, we suggest that needs should be defined independently of the products that are in the pipeline of development. Only by defining health-related needs upfront can we subsequently guide decisions of researchers, research funders, regulators, and health technology assessment bodies. To steer private and public R&D investments to the highest unmet needs, it is therefore important to know where needs are highest. I would like to emphasize here that in this context, solutions for health-related needs evidently go beyond pharmaceutical products. They also include other types of treatment, diagnostics, prevention solutions related to the organization of the health system. This brings me to my final message. While a lot of the discussion today will focus on cancer, a lot is valid in other disease areas as well. identifying regularly tools and joint initiatives to address research priorities that have the greatest public health impact, also beyond cancer, supporting and prioritizing independent clinical research on treatment optimization and multi-stakeholder collaboration, also beyond cancer, bringing up to knowledge and speed all stakeholders on the principles of treatment optimization, including on principles to structure treatment optimization in the regulatory process, aligning and coordinating the role of the different stakeholders in the process of drug development into access alongside their roles, competencies, interests, and needs. All this is necessary beyond the field of cancer. Cancer is an area where a lot of innovative research and policies started and tested before being rolled out in other disease areas. I wish you all a very interesting workshop. I look forward to the outcomes of today. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Denis Lacombe. Denis, you're going to take us through the Cancer Medicines Forum, the rationale, and its achievements to date.
For the introduction, I think it's important that we tell you a little bit where we come from and why the Cancer Medicine Forum. So first of all, I would like to start with a few things. First of all, Emer and the EMA for, again, giving us the hospitality to do this important discussion, but also Francesco and Caroline, who have been instrumental in helping with the development of the Cancer Medicine Forum. Of course, I would like to thank the Belgian presidency for giving the auspices, but I would thank above all the partner organizations and the individuals that have been contributing to the Cancer Medicine Forum, and also the unconditional support that I have received from the EORTC board and our president, Winnet van der Graaf, who is present today. And again, there are two individuals I would like to thank more particularly, Rob Sezen and Fabio Borges, who are actually the research fellow helping on the project, and they have done a lot of the background research on that. So why did we get started? Actually, we have to go back a little bit back in time. In the late 2000, when we were basically, if you go back 15 years ago or so, we were seeing the field of drug development in cancer changing. It was the time of personalized medicine coming up. EORTC, Jaap Verwees in the room had done the Gleevec clinical trial in gastrointestinal sarcoma based on c-KIT. Immuno-oncology was coming up, and we saw the way the drug development was changing. The type of clinical trial was changing with smaller clinical trial, and the number of questions were of course emerging with a lot of, I would say, very acute. For instance, do we have the optimal patient population for this personalized treatment? Do we have the right dose, the right sequence, the right duration? How are we going to integrate that in existing therapeutic strategies? And we saw that this, I would say, this need for applied clinical trial, which we called later treatment optimization, could help, of course, the healthcare system, because they came with also an increase of the cost of drug and challenges. In addition, we saw over time the type of endpoint based on which we've been taking decision, shuffling, and of course for an organization like EORTC, overall survival, quality of life are very important endpoint. That's why we will discuss today that treatment optimization is a continuum. It has to start as early as possible, but of course as an independent non-governmental organization, we took from the angle, of course, of the I would say late clinical research post-licensing challenging. The fact is that in this year we didn't know where to turn, because again we are talking about post-licensing, we are talking about national competence, and it was extremely difficult to say where we have to bring these topics. And what we wanted to do is really to have a place where we could rediscuss how we can rebalance things, potentially see how the not-for-profit sector can contribute to the evolution of the field, how we can rebalance that, and how we can maybe go to models where there will be societal co-creation, where this late question would be, of course, taken very rapidly in the system. So that's basically what we wanted to do. Can't get my slides. If I can get, I can't get to the next one. So it's been a long journey, and I would like a little bit to drive you through because, and I went back to the paper we published back in 2013 that you see there, that where we actually postulated that drug development was changing, and we proposed this Diabolo shape, where we imagined that if we have to understand better the biology, we would need solution to understand who the patients are, on which biology, have some confirmatory trial, but then we would need to have a different type of clinical trial program to understand how to use that. And you can see that in 2013, we published about what are we going to do about real-world data, HTA questions, health economics, and we already mentioned at that time pragmatic clinical trial. So we tried to from there to move on, and I think this was. I don't know what's happening with the slides, but. So that was about 2013, and until 2019. What we have been trying is to find our way in Europe, how we are going to do that. And here we are with the picture on the top at the STOA, at the European Parliament, where we published this manifesto about treatment optimization. From there on, it's been a game changer. We've been participating to many meetings of the different European presidency until 22, where indeed we created the Cancer Medicine Forum, where we are very grateful to the EMA, and here we are. So it's been a long journey. There have been a number of questions, a number of, I would say, challenges, how to raise the knowledge about treatment optimization. In 2013, not so many people spoke about treatment optimization. Today, it appears in the pharma legislation. Not very many people were talking about pragmatic clinical trial. The Cancer Mission today is supporting pragmatic trial. So there are improvements. We are there, but of course, there is still a long way to do. So we've been asking a number of questions to the policymaker. In the interest of time, I've just selected one. Again, there is this gap between supranational and national competence. If we have to take treatment optimization on board of drug development and access, how should it happen? When? Who would do that? How do we re-engineer this process? How do we prioritize the important question for cancer patients? Can pragmatic clinical trial be acceptable and serve actually to this purpose, and would independent clinical research have to play a role? So basically, we propose that we needed to approach that differently, use different strategic intelligent approach, because we have missing data sets. We have these missing data sets, but again, the challenge are listed there. This gap between the supranational and the national competencies which are not necessarily prioritized. I hope we will discuss that this afternoon in terms of access to funding, how we can have more public health-oriented clinical research. One of our message also was, can we actually bring closer care and clinical research? And again, you find the other I would say element of the puzzle, of the puzzle here to try to change the game. And of course, as all this was developing in the last decade, things are evolving very fast. And today we have multidimensional data that come from different sources, whether it's clinical, biological, imaging. We know that there is more agility in approving drugs, but they come with their challenges in terms of access and in terms of understanding how to optimally use them. Another important aspect that we wanted also to emphasize, although we started with drugs because that's, I would say, the easiest angle to get started, we also know that the future of cancer treatment is combinatorial. And again, we have many weapons which evolve in every discipline, in surgery, in radiation oncology. We have many different types of drugs and new class of new drugs. But somebody, if I can say so, has to understand how to use all that. And this does not belong to the commercial sector. It belongs to the independent sector to try to organize all that. So from there, we said, okay, there is a new continuum. It's there. There are great progress. Industry brings innovation, but there is a pragmatic gap, and this is this pragmatic gap that you have seen in the arrow. And how can we address this pragmatic gap between what I call regulatory science and access and access science? So this is on this basis that the CMF was put together, and I think you see here the objective of the CMF. It was really to take forward this concept of treatment optimization. But to me, what was the most relevant is in the last column is really how can the work of the academic, the independent sector can be taken into decision making, because in these data sets are missing, and how can we make sure they reach those who take a decision and those who need the treatments. So what has been the CMF? Because I think it's the first time really today that we communicate about it publicly. It's been mostly composed of academics. So it's been, of course, the EORTC, but next to us been ESMO, been the SIOG also, been the European Hematology Association, and a number of observers from representing the different other stakeholders, and you can see them listed here: patients, health technology, payers, industry representative. So I think we had quite a nice forum to discuss all the challenges. So how did we take it forward? We have identified a sort of roadmap where we first question, how are we going to identify these treatment questions? What should be the methodology? Because there is always this debate about real world data, clinical trial. The uncertainty was growing. So we thought that's something where the Cancer Medicine Forum should focus. And again, when is it going to happen? Where, who, how? About access of this data set, because we claim that, of course, this data set should be relatively available to everyone for decision making. And of course, a big challenge is how you fund this trial, knowing that, of course, a number of these trials can be de-escalation trial or can be trial to optimize access of certain patient population, which do not necessarily belong, again, to the commercial sector agenda. So the first question we took forward was a little bit to try to put clarity in what we wanted to see in terms of addressing the uncertainty. And instead of thinking the other way around, instead of starting by the drug here, we are starting by a clinical question that we want to answer. So what is this question? What is the clinical challenge that we have to take? And if you follow the thick line, which are the top of this tree, is always to try to push to the highest level of evidence and not necessarily fall back on the easy I would say solution. We cannot randomize, or we have to go to real world data. So again, trying to bring people to, when they think about optimization, to always deliver the most relevant evidence. We are not going to get into the details because it could be a little bit complex, but just to take one of the arm is there a reference treatment available in this setting? Is randomization practical? Do you need external validity, high external validity? Yes or no? And trying always to say we have to go back maybe to an explanatory trial, or where we can have a more pragmatic trial, a treatment optimization trial, and under which form, which are actually evolving, like, again, pragmatic trial, what they are, or for instance, trial within cohort. So that's a little bit what we wanted to stimulate. The next thing that we have taken on board is what, when, who, and how, and basically we try also to understand, although it's a continuum, there are questions certainly that belong to the pre-licensing space or the peri-licensing space. There are questions that are more for the post-licensing space, as we have already mentioned. And there are questions that will probably have to be readdressed by the commercial sector, and some that will be by the non-commercial sector. On the other hand, again, how to organize that, explanatory versus more pragmatic trial, large selected, I would say selected patient population survey, or really largely inclusive type of cancer patients, how we are going to do that. And again, how this is going to be to profile in the European environment. And if we would have to do that, if we have to reinvent, to re-engineer this continuum, how we are going to put people together and eventually adjust legislation and create the means to do this type of research. And I think that's what we are going to discuss also this afternoon. And again, just to put a little bit more emphasis, we realize that again, treatment optimization is a continuum. It is a spectrum that we have to align, and I think that's what we are going to try to do today on what is the role of the different stakeholders. I think it was been emphasized in the speech of Minister Van den Broek as well. Where we are currently, so after 1 year and a half, so we have, of course, we have developed that based on a number of, I would say, literature search, looking at specific clinical trial example, a lot of consultation. Of course, we continue to address what type of clinical trial we could be doing in this space and their challenges. It's not necessarily easy to recruit in pragmatic trial. They can raise some ethical issue, especially de-escalation. So they are not without any challenges. How we can adapt the clinical research environment. We realize that we need to educate stakeholders. I can tell you there will be example of trials. One will be of DORTC where we have challenges to activate this trial because the field is not prepared to receive this trial. How we are going to report and to whom this trial, what will be their ultimate use, and of course their feasibility in terms of funding. And this is my last slide. Because I think that's an important something that we want to really emphasize is that again we have to continue all this refinement of the pyramid for evidence-based medicine. I think it's always also important to go back to what we have done, even in, I would say, in other times, in other environments. Optimization is not necessarily new drugs. Of course, we are going to discuss a lot about that. There is a new drug, how we are going to optimize it in the post-licensing space. But there is also new evolving science, which can help us repositioning sometimes very traditional old chemotherapy. We have seen that, for instance, with a lot of heterogamy for 1p19q in certain form of glioma, where we learn how to reuse an old regimen of the old PCV regimen, just by emerging new science. We are seeing today groups looking into a tumor infiltrating lymphocyte and how chemotherapy could be eventually spared for certain patients. So I think this is also typically the example of treatment optimization that is not necessarily new drug, but is new science. And again, that is going to be very important for patients and for the healthcare systems. And I would like to finish here, and I thank you for your attention. I think we'll take the question at the end. So maybe it's my pleasure to introduce Iphigenie Korakis, who is going to present a de-escalating immunotherapy trial, the MOYO trial. And I think that's very important. We have selected 3 trials for you so that we don't speak in the abstract, but in the real, so that we have also concrete examples.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Iphigenie Korakis. I'm one of the members of the clinical research team of Institut Universitaire du Cancer de Toulouse. And I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to present today de-escalation strategies regarding immunotherapy. And on that topic, to present Dr. Gwenaëlle Gravis' project, the MOYO phase 3 clinical trial. Next slide, please. So these are my disclosures. Next slide. As you know, immunotherapy has taken by storm the current therapeutic landscape for cancer, with over 19 indications in the metastatic setting, but as well as new indications in the neoadjuvant and adjuvant setting. It has, in this era of personalized medicine, immunotherapy, however, lacks strong and robust biomarkers to actually select patients who could derive benefit. And it's problematic because it has an unpredictable toxicity profile, and it generates a cost and organizational burden for cancer centers. Next slide, please. If we look at it from a pharmacological point of view, there is the maximum tolerated dose was not reached for anti-PD-1 and anti-PD-L1 drugs, and there is no clear dose-response relationship. And if we look at it from a commercial aspect, if we take the example of nivolumab, the PD-1 receptors were occupied from drug doses ranging from 1 up to 10 milligram per kg, and they remained occupied for up to 80 days in spite of serum levels dropping. However, when the drug was tested in phase 3 trials, the dose that was selected was 15 times the lowest effective dose. And the same story goes for pembrolizumab. The minimal effective dose was 1 milligram per kg, and then on phase 3 trials, it was tested at 2 milligrams per kg and then moved to flat dose of 200 milligrams. Next slide, please. This slide shows to you different dosing regimens, different frequency of administration, and different tumor types. And it shows that there is no significant difference in the response across these different tumor types. Next slide, please. If we look at it from a randomized trial point of view, so in kidney cancer, this randomized phase 2 trial evaluated 3 doses of nivolumab in metastatic kidney cancer, 0.3 milligram per kg, 2 milligram per kg, and 10 milligram per kg. And as you can see, there is no difference in PFS, OS, or duration of response. So this makes us raises the question of what should be the time, the duration of immunotherapy for our patients. So for melanoma patients, it is a little bit particular. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So this is one of the particular aspects also of immunotherapy, is that IO sustains the responses even after discontinuation, as it was shown for melanoma patients in the nivo-ipi arm. So in this arm, you can see in red that median duration of treatment was 3.6 months. And patients remained free of treatment for 27.6 months. And if we look at what happened to them 6 years after continuing the treatment, most of them do not require any further treatment for their cancer. So for melanoma patients, we know that after 6 months, if they're in complete response, we can stop treatment. But for other cancers, it's a little bit more complicated. Next slide, please. For lung cancer patients, the recent work of Dr. Lovasan showed that there's no clear, substantial advantage in survival for patients to continue immunotherapy for over 2 years. But for other cancers, it's a little bit more complicated, such as kidney cancer. Next slide, please. So in kidney cancer, most of the studies were performed with a 2-year maximum duration. However, there's other studies that were done on a continuous administration schedule up until progression or toxicity. And for other cancers, there are no recommendations regarding the duration of immunotherapy. Next slide, please. And it's important to take into account these facts because, as you can see here, most of the patients who receive immunotherapy will experience at least one adverse event during their treatment period. And approximately 15% of them will have grade 3 or higher events that can result in treatment discontinuation. Next slide. And these events, they often occur in the first 6 months after initiating treatment. But we have also seen that these events can occur at a slower pace and occur up until 16 months after patients receive their first administration. In this multicentric retrospective analysis, we can see that the patients were in majority on treatment for 74% in blue. They were on treatment when the event was onset, but for 14% of them, the event occurred 3 months and on after they had stopped the immunotherapy. So these delayed immune-related events, delayed toxicity is not a synonym of a mild toxicity, because in this cohort, they had 55 cases of grade 3 events and required steroids and 2 immune-related deaths. Next slide, please. So this toxicity, regardless of it being delayed or not, it can become chronic and it can be disabling for our patients because it can be persisting for more than 12 weeks after discontinuation. Next slide, please. So the question is, what about a strategy to reduce the frequency of administration of immunotherapy to reduce the toxicity? And this is what they did in the PRISM study. So it is a randomized clinical trial that tested two regimens. So the standard regimen for metastatic kidney cancer of nivolumab, ipilimumab every 3 weeks versus a modified schedule of treatment of nivolumab every 3 weeks and ipilimumab every 3 months. Next slide, please. And the toxicity, which was the primary endpoint, was significantly lower in the modified schedule arm. And as you can see, it did not compromise the results in PFS and OS. Next slide, please. The Fred Hutchinson team also did a similar work, and they also showed that this kind of strategy can represent significant savings because just per patient regarding the drug costs, this kind of strategy saved up to $72,000 US and 28 hours of clinic time per patient. So as of today, there are many strategies evaluating immunotherapy de-escalation. Next slide, please. They are listed here, and as you can see, most of them are focused on a specific organ, and it's important to note that we even have strategies in the adjuvant setting, so to de-escalate in the adjuvant setting of breast cancer due to the toxicities that I mentioned. But there are only 2 multi-tumor trials currently enrolling, and the MOYO study is one of them. Next slide, please. So the MOYO trial is a phase 3 pragmatic academic randomized clinical trial. It is expected to include 323 patients in the 2 arms within a period of 36 months. So patients that are the target population for this trial are metastatic patients who receive an immunotherapy-based regimen, and they will be randomized between receiving the standard immunotherapy or receiving a reduced administration of the immunotherapy, which is the same dose, but given every 3 months. Next slide, please. So the primary objective is the progression-free survival at 2 years. It's a non-inferiority study with a hazard ratio of 1.3. It is supported by the National Cancer Institute, and some of the secondary objectives are cost effectiveness, quality of life, efficacy evaluation, and there is also in parallel a translational study on the PK, ctDNA, and immune monitoring performed. Next slide, please. And as of March 2024, we have currently enrolled 176 patients in 31 centers. Center activation took some time, which explains the difference between the expected enrollment and the current enrollment. However, we have now reached a steady rate of 10 patients per month, and activation is now fully complete. Next slide, please. And as you can see here, regarding the immunotherapy indications, the patients that have enrolled have covered almost all of the immunotherapy indications in the metastatic setting, with the predominance of lung, bladder, and kidney cancer. Next slide, please. So as a conclusion, I would like to say that academic trials need to investigate immunotherapy de-escalation, because the dose is unknown, the duration is unknown, and we do not have robust biomarkers to select patients, and we need to find strategies to avoid overtreatment and unnecessary toxicities. Thank you for your attention.
Our next talk is introduced by Bertrand Tombal. Professor Tombal is at the Department of Surgery and Urology, UCL Brussels.
So you will see that the problem is really similar, except that we had done optimization before and then it disappeared in the development of the new drug. So what I'm going to speak about is prostate cancer. The problem of prostate cancer, it's a very prevalent cancer. So you expect to treat a lot of people. It's the first cancer in male above 50. Despite intensive screening, we still have a lot of patients who have metastases to start with. We call that metastatic prostate cancer. And consistently, the treatment has been androgen deprivation therapy, meaning medical castration. It's been so since 60 years. And we knew that it increases overall survival, but there is a very high price to pay, which is chronic side effects such as loss of libido, cognitive decline, increased bone loss, leading to frailty fracture, and most importantly, a significant increased risk in cardiovascular disease. In the last 20 years, academic groups have done a lot of optimization trial, and it ended up by showing that actually you don't need to treat the patient until progression. In the good responders, which is very easy to measure with a blood sample, you can actually pause the treatment without any detriment for the patient and a significant increase in quality of life. And this is called intermittent androgen deprivation therapy. We've done very large trial. This was a SWOG EORTC Canadian trial on more than 1,000 patients that basically show that if you stop PSA, if you stop the treatment after 7 months in patient with a major biological response, I mean, you can show neither inferiority or superiority. I mean, the conclusion is that if you take that trial and all the trial, you cannot conclude that the strategy is superior or inferior. And at least when you question the patient themselves about the value of this non-inferiority trial, most of them would go from the quality of life, because at the same time, we've shown consistently that it is associated with a very significant increase in quality of life. The cost was not so much an issue because we were speaking about old generation drug with very, very low cost, like roughly 100 to 200 euro a month. Then, like many other cancer, prostate cancer was totally changed with the development of 7 new drugs. I've been part of all this trial together with the industry, and I must say that we never managed to explain that we were not using continuous treatment, but intermittent treatment. Whose fault is this? Is this us? Is this regulator who say, no, you have to do a PFS OS trial, but whatever. The concept was totally lost in translation. And when the drug came on the market, everybody had forgotten that. So we've done 7 trials, close to 10,000 patients, major cost increment. We're speaking about 100, 200K per patient, and no study except one very recently in an earlier setting has looked at de-escalation strategy intermittent setting. So beyond the cost increase, there is a significant toxicity increase. And very interestingly, you could guess, not observed in the trial, but in the real world evidence or other sort of trial that were organized at the same time, mostly by the academia. And basically what we see is that we very significantly increase, almost sometimes double, the risk of the usual suspect, cardiovascular event, falls and fracture, and cognitive decline. All of that having significantly increased overall survival. So not only it's not a matter of the number of events, but it's the duration of the treatment that now spanned for more than 5, 6, 7 years. So we decided that we need to do something about that. So we need to see whether we could revisit, which was actually a former standard of care. So we had two standards of care. We had a global agreement that it was standard to offer treatment interruption when the patient was well responded. And then, to our surprise, nobody would accept on that with the new treatment. So that's based on this that we designed the de-escalate trial. De-escalate is basically revisiting the former concept of intermittent androgen deprivation therapy in patients who receive androgen deprivation therapy and one of the new AR pathway inhibitors, like we call them. So because for us it was obvious, it was former standard of care, new drug, very easy. We're going to do a very simple, pragmatic, randomized trial. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're going to take exactly the same setting and the same characteristic that the former trial we did 20 years ago. The only thing we had done basically is to verify and to show that a profound PSA response was still a very good prognostic marker. And not only it is, but many more patients reach that perfect response. So we could technically increase the candidate for de-escalation from 60% to more than 80%. So for many patients, it would be an opportunity. So the trial is actually sponsored by the Horizon program. I must say it was perfectly welcome. So we were very happy. So we have the money. We could start the trial right away. And actually, that's where with Denis start the obstacle course, because you believe that's going to be an easy job to do, but no. So basically, you plan a very pragmatic trial. So you just ask the doctor when he stopped the treatment, how long, and how does it impact on the quality of life of the patient and on the oncological outcome. But that's where we realized that actually everybody speak about pragmatic trial, but when we work with drug, it's not necessarily well accepted everywhere. And when we start speaking to like CTIS or other, they say, no, I mean, this is not a pragmatic trial because stopping the treatment is investigational. So you should be treated as any investigational trial, meaning in some country, you're going to have to pay for all the drugs, which is not in line with the Horizon. So I must say that it's been 7 months we've been fighting for that, realizing that it's easy to plan optimization trial. It's easy to convince physician. There is a lot of enthusiasm, but still the regulation for the clinical trial like it is now, it's still not absolutely fit for this kind of work. No, thanks to Denis, we have been discussing that a lot, and we know starting to having a revision from ethical committee, CTIS, and other. But I think that one observation through that trial is that if we do such kind of trial with drugs that are already on the market, used everywhere, and I would say overused, and we come with a very simple idea to revise then use intensity, we cannot work with the same framework of clinical trial because that's impossible, because company will never be interested. So the trial is now ready to be launched. So hopefully we're going to have the answer in 5-6 years, but we're going to write a paper about all the hurdles we have faced. Many times we say we're not going to do it. So there is a lot of work to be done before this trial can fly, even if you got the money and even if you got the motivation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertrand. And now we are moving to hematology. It's my pleasure to introduce Martin Kaiser.
Hello, I'm Martin Kaiser. I'm a hemato-oncologist at the Royal Marsden Hospital, and I'm very glad to be able to present here on behalf of the European Hematology Association on examples of drug development and optimization in hematology, with a particular focus on diagnostics, data, and policy decisions. So for those probably who are less familiar with this, hemato-oncology is effectively a collection of complex, diverse, uncommon cancers. They're nearly all systemic cancers, so they all need systemic therapies. On the right-hand side, you can see they make up a fraction of the total amount of cancers, but in the spectrum are still diverse. But because they need systemic therapies, so chemotherapies or more advanced therapies, the successes and challenges in hemato-oncology have been very, very closely linked to regulatory policies for a long time. And I think it's fair to say that hemato-oncology has also been an engine of innovation in medicinal treatment of cancer, which ranges from curative treatments to mutation-specific therapies, combination treatments, and more recently, the advanced therapies such as CAR T cells and T-cell engagers. Now, one thing that is clear in hemato-oncology and has always been since the start of this discipline is that specialist diagnostics are key for directing treatment. On the right-hand side, you see what every hematologist knows and many non-hematologists hate is the differentiation tree of hematological cells and the related malignancies that require complex and multimodal diagnostics that include morphology, immunophenotyping, but more recently, of course, genetics and molecular diagnostics, as well as immune system profiling to direct the right treatment to the right patient. And hemato-oncologists are, in fact, a rare treating entity that treats the patients and performs diagnostics and has skills in both fields in terms of the workforce in collaboration with pathology. Now, the diagnosis is not only about the disease entity as such, but also about intra-disease molecular heterogeneity and risk stratification, and I will continue to speak about this a lot in the rest of my talk. So, hemato-oncology has really seen substantive progress in previously intractable cancers, and I think it's an absolute honor and joy to work in this field. There have been curative treatments for some entities around for some while, especially the acute leukemias and lymphoma, but I think it's particularly disease modification in many incurable entities that have seen a huge improvement over the last years through drugs and especially through drug combination treatments. And you can see the entities here. One of them is my area of special interest, multiple myeloma. You can also see on the right-hand side in the graph here that outcomes really have improved not only for younger patients, but more recently also for older patients in this entity. But as we know at the moment, for many of these diseases, these treatments do mean that patients are on long-term therapies, including maintenance treatments, and disease-modifying drugs for these entities consistently have ranked on the top of the cancer drug spend lists. Reversely, we have had an understanding that not every patient needs the same amount of treatment, and treatment optimization has really been a key topic in hemato-oncology, I think, for the last 10 years already. Because these entities, despite being still incurable, have a high heterogeneity in outcomes. Now, how does this look like? There is a high interpatient tumor heterogeneity, and this has consequences for treatment optimization. We have entities within which there are tumors with less aggressive biology, and there is a potential for drug de-escalation because these are slow-growing tumors that are more predictable, and most importantly, still responding at relapse to drugs. And there is more aggressive biology at the very other end of the spectrum, which constitute a persistent unmet need with fast-growing tumors that are less predictable and that are not responding well to drugs at relapse. But to stratify patients in the clinic along this spectrum, it requires complex specialist diagnostics that are not the typical companion diagnostics, that are often even a combination of tests, and include qualitative and quantitative biomarkers. Now, on the left-hand side, you see here that the current status of quo in many of the disease modification tumors, we have actually a default situation where we probably know less about the individual tumor, we give a uniform treatment, and we're somewhat in doubt as to whether we overtreat or undertreat. And I think this higher uncertainty overall means that we probably are having a tendency to overtreat as hematologists, and in that scenario probably perceive that more is better. And I think there is a high potential for improving the value proposition across the patient population with a better diagnostic workup whereby we recognize the aggressiveness of the biology, can adjust the treatment intensity, and potentially achieve better outcomes, a better patient experience, better value across the patient population, and also, importantly, a patient-centric allocation of resources in the healthcare system and locally in the hospital. Now, there are several examples for this already, and I'm just going to run through two of these. One is in chronic lymphocytic leukemia, where the biology is probably a little bit easier to differentiate. There's particularly patients that don't have a mutation in the TP53 gene, which normally have a less aggressive biology. And for these patients, there have now been trials run that really look at depth of response with a second type of diagnostics for minimal residual disease. And these trials have demonstrated that stopping can be safe and efficacious in these patients. And of course, that offers a whole route of development of treatment optimization alongside these diagnostics for these patients, whereas another group with TP53 gene mutation still have an ongoing need and are also being able to be identified and directed towards novel clinical trials. So this concept of treatment optimization with diagnostic has really been established through academic research and public and academic trials, because the diagnostics are a feature that has not been that much picked up necessarily by industry, but more by the diagnostic community in hematology. And likewise in multiple myeloma, a different type of malignancy that is more complex in terms of the genetic makeup, but also the diagnostics needed. I would here want to focus you on the lower part of the diagram, has recently seen an improvement in picking up mutations or mutational profiles and gene expression profiles that are associated with more aggressive biology. And it was feasible now in prospective trials to address the unmet needs through treatment intensification for these patients, especially in first line, where this is needed most, and we can demonstrate now that this is improving long-term outcomes of these patients. Whereas actually the other patient group that has absence on the top part of the diagram through MRD-guided treatment could really, again, be benefiting from treatment de-escalation. And again, this really needed the joint efforts, through academic research as well, focus on the diagnostics to establish these concepts. Now, we're seeing things getting even more complex, but also more efficacious, and newer treatments are coming our way in terms of stratified treatment, the T-cell directed treatments, or treatments that are really making the immune compartment of the patient part of the treatment. For brevity, I'm going to just highlight CAR T cells here and T-cell engagers, or also called bispecific antibodies, in both of which actually what goes into the treatment in terms of the patient's immune system drives to a large extent as to how well these treatments work actually. And for some of these treatments, especially the T-cell engagers, less treatment, maybe even more, because giving less treatment might give the immune system more time to regenerate in between. So the challenge for biomarker development means is that in these treatments, we will not only need to look at the tumor, as I've just shown before, but also the product profile, the immune profile in combination with the tumor profile moving forward to really determine optimal treatment intensity for each patient. And I think at the moment, one has to say again, in this development of these treatments, we have a current status whereby probably a one-size-fits-all incentive is somewhat incentivizing the development of CAR T cells and maybe long courses of treatments with bispecific antibody, whereas the aspiration with advanced diagnostic integration into treatment optimization, we might be finding that there are really, for different patient populations, different optimal courses of length and intensity of treatment, which ultimately could define a specific value for a different type of treatment for specific subgroups. Now, again, I would want to highlight here the importance of public data, because it is really public data that has the specific feature of being able to be informing forward and backward and being interlinked, which is often a hurdle in industry development due to sensitivities around specific products. And it can allow the cross-trial comparison that is product independent and really help define the unmet need on clinical relevant subgroups for the benefit of all parties, including industry, moving forward. However, we have a challenge in the funding of these trials with independent data on utilization, and I think more attention is needed in that field in the future. Now, specialist diagnostics for treatment optimization do need an improved strategy and policy moving forward, because there are currently multiple challenges. The policy challenges are that specialist diagnostics are not forming necessarily part of the standard licensing evaluation process of new treatments outside of the determination of safety. They're also not part of a standard reimbursement evaluation process. And there is incoming IVD regulation that also makes the implementation of such diagnostics more challenging. And the pure practical challenges is that they are outside of the core expertise of many drug manufacturers, in fact. And relatively, the implementation of such diagnostics is underfunded because there's a limited commercial incentive, especially for smaller and less common diseases, to develop such diagnostics. I think there's a whole separate piece about that funding of diagnostic services is detached from drug spend budgets, cancer drug budgets in many countries, and that doesn't always make clear what benefit these specialist diagnostics might deliver actually in terms of use of drug budgets and more patient-centric use of drug budgets. So in conclusion, treatment optimization should be patient-centric. I think there's a general consensus on that, but specialist diagnostics particularly can provide opportunities for more patient centricity in drug optimization. And I think I have brought across that there is a potential to reduce the uncertainty around also the commercial development for regulators, payers, and industry by using specialist diagnostics better. I think there is currently definitely an underrepresentation of specialist diagnostic and regulatory and reimbursement pathways and reviews, and they could be utilized better by also providing better funding in research. And with that, I would like to conclude, and thank you very much for your attention.
So it's my pleasure now to introduce Richard Sullivan after hearing about solid tumors, hemato-oncology, immunotherapy, hormonotherapy, and also chemotherapy. I think it's important that we take that that we wrap it up and we look a little bit how EU policy can address that. So please, Richard, thank you.
This on? Denis, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. So Denis given me the rather interesting task covering the whole of European policy in about 15 minutes. So I'll get a move on. Let me start by saying I'm delighted to be back as a Brit. It's good to be back in Europe and nice to be here. And just to show we got absolutely no hard feelings, we've created a new sublingual medication that we'll be putting to the EMA, which I think a lot of our individuals in this is the new sublingual spray. And the good news here, of course, is going to help a lot of our European colleagues sound much more British. And of course, the surrogate endpoints here is going to make you sound smarter and even look better. So I'm pleased to say this is good news. And it's a nice honor to be here today with all of you. And really to talk, as Jenny said, a little bit about, and this is the serious bit now, about the policy landscape in Europe. And let me begin with foregrounding this. Next year is going to be 25 years since this gentleman in the European research area started. And for those of you of a certain vintage, this is Philippe Bousquin. And what's happened over the last 25 years is extraordinary changes in policy and politics at the European level. But I think it's fair to say, if you look across it more broadly, that policy has really struggled to keep up with the pace of innovation and also with clinical practice. And I think this is a general issue we have now, is things are so quick, and I'll go through a bit more of this in a moment, that the policy landscape is finding it harder and harder to stay ahead. On top of that, of course, biopharmaceutical policy has changed dramatically as well. by 2010, biopharmaceutical industry was in real trouble. Productivity was going down, the cost per new molecular entity was going up, and then 2010 onwards, it was eureka moment, and that eureka moment was essentially the arrival of targeted therapies in cancer, and that really saved the industry as a whole. And this was a really revolutionary point in time. But along with that, I think we've also changed a great deal in terms of public policy towards the idea of value. Certainly 25 years ago, we never talked about value-based healthcare at all. This just didn't enter the lexicon. And over the last 25 years, certainly the last 10 years, value has come to the fore here. But I think it's fair to say that no one's quite on the same hymn sheet when it comes to defining value. The classic Porter model that value equals outcomes over cost, of course, is one way of looking at it. But in reality, when you look at the public policy domains, you will see that value spans many, many different areas. And I guess the question at hand here for policymakers is, does this approach of optimization, how does that fit into improving value-based cancer care overall? And if you look at each of these domains, I would argue that actually for most of these domains, the answer is yes, this approach really ticks the box. The one at the bottom, which says maybe, is an interesting one because Martin slightly pointed this out here, which is persuading the public, persuading patients that doing less does not mean inferior quality care. And I think there's a narrative that goes on at the moment that more and more is better and better care. And I think there's also a danger that we lose sight sometimes of bringing the patient organizations and the public with us when we're talking about potentially less treatment for patients. Because the narrative at the moment in the public domain is more is better. So what about the policy drivers? Well, first of all, there's been relentless innovation. This is the cumulative authorizations from the FDA in the 21st century. Cytotoxics, biologicals, and targeted therapies. And it's absolutely extraordinary, really. Absolutely relentless. That's not the interesting thing. The interesting thing is the future here. And this is a pipeline analysis, 22 major countries, 20 individual therapeutic areas. And this is a heat map of every single drug indication pair currently in clinical development across all of those companies. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize where the money is going and just how many new drugs we're going to get coming down the line here. So there's some work from colleagues of mine by UBS and Schroders. So extraordinary numbers coming down. Greater clinical uncertainty, of course, as we have accelerated pathways, as we have surrogate endpoints. What we're seeing now is more and more biopharmaceutical technologies coming into clinical practice with, frankly, greater uncertainty as their efficacy, their tolerability, and their toxicity. And that is set to continue. The other big issue for the policymakers within Europe, and I think globally, is this idea of affordability. And the problem with affordability is this, fundamentally. It's called the Baumol effect. Bill Baumol was a political economist in America, and he pointed out that healthcare doesn't act like other types of industries. In other industries, technologies reduces cost. You think about the car industry, for instance, and robots. Robots in surgery, in my world as a surgeon, have just increased costs, but productivity hasn't changed at all, and wages haven't changed. And so all the technologies are coming into cancer care in our health systems, and the wage bills are increasing and increasing, increasing. And so we do have a substantial problem with affordability. But more importantly, I think if you step back, more of our patients are complicated now. We've got patients with greater numbers of comorbidities. In the UK, for example, nearly a quarter of our patients now have 3 to 4 comorbidities when they traditionally come into our clinics. We have far more complex care. And all of these are economic downward pressures. And also, there's a much greater expectation from the public now in terms of moving technologies into care, but at the same time, less and less fiscal headroom. And when we did some work with the Office for Health Economics before COVID, it was quite clear from looking across Europe that whichever system you're looking in, the fiscal headroom for maneuver, whether it's cancer care or healthcare generally, is decreasing. And that is only, frankly, being accelerated by all the conflicts going on at the moment, and also by COVID. And also, and I'll come back to this a bit later, there's less and less focus on the implementation optimization gap, generally speaking. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. The other policy driver is clinical asymmetry. This lovely old chap here is Ken Arrow, and he wrote the book on uncertainty and information asymmetry. And the problem within the clinical community, I think now generally with biopharmaceuticals, is there's so much coming down the line, actually working out what's good for our patients, what isn't good for our patients, which sorts of settings. Denny's already talked about this, is simply going to get harder and harder. And it's not just about medicines. It's also the positioning of our radiotherapy. It's also the positioning when we do surgery. We're doing more SABR now, more metastectomies, etc. And all of this is leading to clinical asymmetry. And of course, people love me talking about the ESMO meaningful clinical benefit scale, but it's a good segue into talking about the sort of research that we really need to do on drugs, because there's basically two ways of looking at these forms of analysis for the ESMO scale. One is to say, well, anything between a grade 5 and a 4, it's really not doing what it's said on the tin. In other words, the drugs don't clinically work. Another way of looking at it is we simply don't know how some of those drugs ought to work in our patients, particularly if they're graded as 3s and 2s. So again, it just talks to the problem of asymmetry of information. Let me talk a little bit now about the research policy funding landscape. Back in 2011, we published a commission looking at affordable care in high-income countries and made a big song and dance of the fact there was not enough money coming from national, federal, and philanthropic funders into implementation science more generally, and which optimization strategies fit. And it was quite clear from the engagements we had with national funders, they wanted to do something about this. Last year, Mark Law and I and a number of other colleagues did a follow-up commission on the future of European cancer research, analyzed in depth all the funding databases through the ICRP. So this collects all the projects funded by our philanthropic and federal funders across Europe. And the situation has actually got worse. So for the whole of implementation science now, we're talking about 1.5% to 2% of funding, and it's contracted. So the pendulum's actually going completely the wrong way here. And I think that's a really significant issue. I don't think I'm not sure, maybe they're online, but I think from the clinical research funding organizations across Europe, there is a significant problem about commitment to this area in terms of research funding. The other issue is not just the amount of research funding, it's the quality of the studies that are being done. Analysis that was led by Chris and I's colleague Ajay Agarwal back at King's looked at this real-world data studies across the whole of oncology, 293, using the Ottawa and Newcastle clinical scale. 80% were low-quality studies. In other words, they were insufficient to change practice or policy. And a whole range of reasons, but the major reason they were just very small single-center studies. And it probably reflects, of course, the difficulty of leveraging funding to do the proper multi-center studies in this. So we do have an issue with the quality and the multi-centerarity. Dose optimization, obviously, is just one strand as well of a wider issue we're dealing with here. We've already heard from Denny about that. And again, when you analyze what's been going on with the research funding organizations, what's been interesting is you've seen a real shift away from perhaps what you consider to be implementation, more public facing work, to much more alignment with drug discovery and relatively basic drug development. Now, in some terms, you could see that's absolutely great, you know, the underpinning public support for this area. But there is a real balance problem, I think, when you actually look at most of the portfolios across most of the research funding organizations. There's also, I guess, a need to align with the research policies of our health technology agencies. And I have a lot to do with the UK's NICE agency. Well, I said England and Wales' NICE agency. And constantly, they're complaining to us that they put out requests for specific types of research to help inform their decisions, and it's never taken up, either by the community or the research funding organizations. And they're really struggling. So they're struggling, first of all, because of this massive clustering of treatments that they're having to analyze in the absence of a lot of real-world data. They're also having to struggle with looking at studies now that have characteristic issues, they're limited durations, there's bias because of crossovers, etc. And even though we talk an awful lot about companion diagnostic-directed studies, about 40–50% are still not directed by companion diagnostics. And these are all issues that need to be addressed in the post-regulatory area and need to feed back into the HTA policy. And I guess from a regulatory policy point of view as well, Project Orbis, I think it's going to be interesting over the next 5 years to see how the EMA and the FDA start thinking through what the endpoints are. And I think the change in there will also need to be taken up by research funders. Because part of the problem here as well is what sort of post authorization studies are going to be needed to be done. And you'll need studies that align with different collaborative pathways. And also these have to be connected and with the influences again on national research strategies, because the European Union by itself will not be able to fund what needs to be funded, particularly across borders. The alignment with the European research policy as it stands at the moment for optimization is very, very good. This is a very nice piece of work in 2020. It analyzed a lot of the issues. Some of it you have to read between the right lines. The business risks, for example, are obviously that it's not in the interest of industries in many cases to use less of their drug. Now that is considered to be obviously a business risk. But what it does is very clearly articulate that from a European Parliament perspective, these sorts of strategies where less is more is a really good direction of travel. I think the question for me and for a lot of us is what happens when the cancer mission ends in 2026 and where the next iterations of Parliament go. And I guess it leads on to the last slide here is one feels this is really quite neoclassical policy environment. On the one hand, what we have is a lot of classical old school politics still bubbling away in the policy arena, both at national level and also at European level. We have policies at national level which are unfortunately very nationalistic at the moment. They're not very competitive. Brexit was, let's be blunt about it, quite a disaster really in lots of ways. But all of these are just hurdles that we need to potentially get over, I think, from a policy perspective. And I think the multifaceted policy challenges for the Cancer Medicine Forum are just that. You just have to accept the world is complicated and it has to be dealt with as reality. The critical need for this research and this translational gap, we're talking obviously optimization and the second translational gap for pharmaceuticals, cancer medicines today, but this is a truism for most technologies coming through at the moment in radiotherapy, in surgery, etc. And also the political engagement with national research funders, both federal and philanthropic. Also, you'll probably hear from later from the World Health Organization and others. This is going to need very widespread political engagement to get meaningful policy change over time. So with that, I'm going to stop and say thank you very much indeed.
Our next speaker is Caroline Volz. Caroline comes from the Advanced Therapy and Hematology Disease Office at EMA, and she will tell us some of the thinking at EMA of how we can support the effort of treatment optimization. Caroline.
Thank you, Francesco. So maybe just before starting, I would like to set up a little bit the scene. And as my director said at the very beginning, EMA has actually very limited responsibilities with regards to treatment optimization. However, we at EMA are responsible for giving scientific advice to applicants. We are also responsible for guidelines and ultimately assessing quality, safety, and efficacy data that companies submit to us to assess and obviously confirm whether or not there is a positive benefit-risk balance of a medicine. So this is, as Denis mentioned, the reason why we set up the Cancer Medicine Forum as a platform of exchange with various stakeholders in order to hear, listen, what can we do together in order to tackle treatment optimization. So in my presentation, so these are personal views. They should not be quoted as representing the views of the Oncology Working Party or CHMP, but they are based on our current thinking and of course might evolve and be subject to change. And the idea would be to develop a guideline so that we can tackle all the treatment optimization question in a specific guideline. And of course, this will follow a standard process and communication. So where are we now? So the evaluation of medicine today follow a path that you well know. So we have a clinical trial development. We have an assessment by our committee, the CHMP. We evaluate the benefit risk, but that doesn't necessarily lead to access to patients. So that's important to note that we need to make sure that there are better alignments between regulators and over decision makers like HTAs and payers. So EMA this year has set up what we call the Cancer Pathfinder initiatives, trying to tackle a lot of activities in the area of oncology. And the first one is to build on collaboration with stakeholders. And this is to ensure optimal application of regulatory tools and science, but also to address the complexity around approval, sometimes based on limited data that we have. Another point, which is very important, is to support the network that we have, because as you know, EMA is working with national competent authorities. And recently we have developed what we call the Oncology European Specialized Expert Community, which is a network of clinical assessors as well as some external experts working in the field of oncology. And we are trying to build capacity, and we have set up several workshops and webinars in disease-specific area. And this will support the building capacity and the scientific quality in the assessment. Last but not least, it's to support the relevant evidence generation and gain experience with new approaches such as pragmatic clinical trials, develop guidance on patient-focused drug development, and we had recently a workshop on health-related quality of life data and patient-reported outcomes, and how we can incorporate that not only into evaluation process, but it could also be used by downstream players such as HTAs and payers. And last but not least, we have recently, since 2022, I have to say, established a Cancer Medicine Forum with academia. So as Denis presented, we have several stakeholders who are part of the Cancer Medicine Forum. And the objective was to develop, discuss treatment optimization priorities and specific case studies. So where can we start? And I think we need to start where it's the most impactful in development, because this is where we give advice to companies. And we have a specific procedure, which is a scientific advice procedure or protocol assistance for orphan medicine, where we usually ask, well, companies actually submit that to us, but it has to be mentioned that scientific advice is not legally binding. It's not mandatory. And companies can actually ask questions they want. So they don't have a pre-specified questions, but they send it to us and that we need to respond. So we only respond to the question that they ask. I want to mention also the project Optimus from FDA, which is a specific project looking at dose optimization, and Pragmatica, where FDA colleagues will further elaborate on that. And recently we have, had 20 years of collaboration with FDA. And since last year, we have developed enhanced collaboration. So we have further initiatives that we would like to do with FDA, such as the conversation on cancer, but also additional bilateral meetings in pre-submission activities. So another point, because sometimes we can address most of the questions in scientific advice, but it might not be always the case. And there are some questions at the time of approval which will be left unanswered. And in our current framework, we have the possibility to impose post-authorization efficacy and safety studies, but not necessarily treatment optimization studies. And actually, CHMP already identified the gaps because they do a full assessment. So these actually could be further described in an assessment report and then taken up by academic groups. So I will start with how we can integrate treatment optimization in existing EMA procedures, and I will start with the clinical evidence generation. So I think it's important to have interactions through workshops and webinars, and that will help us to understand the current challenges with existing treatments, the challenges with regards to clinical practice, and to understand what the medical needs, unmet medical needs are, and if there are any gaps in existing treatments. And this is the reason why we set up the Oncology European Specialized Expert Community, to get these webinars and understanding on disease-specific challenges. Secondly, as I mentioned, we should facilitate even more companies seeking advice and more systematically, and also involve relevant decision makers. And in fact, this has been already in place because we have the parallel scientific advice with HTAs. We have also the possibility of having scientific advice with FDA. We have also collaboration with payers. And of course, we really need to include patients as well as learned societies. And I think it's important to understand in scientific advice what the questions should be. So for example, what is the objective of a clinical trial? How will the data address the needs, not only from the regulators, but also subsequently HTAs and payers? And this is the thing you can actually address during the study design. Also the link to biomarkers, and we had a recent example of having already biomarkers identified, which would help identification of patients who are more likely to respond. Also looking at special population eligibility criteria, and this is where pragmatic trials come in, where we can see if patients enrolled in the clinical trial are actually the one who will receive the product post-marketing. And all this could be linked to our ACT EU initiatives, which is also a specific initiative looking at how clinical trials could be further improved. So as I said, these treatment optimization studies should be systematically be included in scientific advice. And we can also think about initiating proactive guidelines, because sometimes we see a lot of products coming in with the same indication, and we can already think about guidelines so that we can ensure consistency as well during the scientific advice. With regards to post-marketing, we have, as I mentioned, the CHMP already conducting a thorough evaluation of the quality, safety, and efficacy data. And usually CHMP already identifies the gaps in the data, and sometimes they are put in the EPA, but I think we could go a step further and really specifically mention which treatment optimization questions are left unanswered and should be taken up post-marketing. Also, to monitor the use, we should have a system to establish how we can monitor the use of cancer medicine in real life. And this could be systematically investigated and reported as part of our PSUR, so periodic safety update reports, and then published so that we can then take them in regulatory procedures. So with regard to post-marketing, so in fact, we have a framework of benefit risk. We have a framework which already look at uncertainties with regards to favorable effects. And that could be, for example, dose optimization, improvement with regards to the posology, biomarkers. And we have also a section related to uncertainties and limitation about unfavorable effects. And that could be everything related to investigating lower dose, obviously to reduce toxicity. So this is something we can do as EMA. We can really make these gaps more clearly visible on our EMA website, and that people would know that this would be the priority of EMA and could be further research questions that we would like anyone actually to do or conduct. To conclude, cancer is a priority for EMA, and this is the reason why we have launched the Cancer Medicine Forum together with EURTC. It has been a very successful pilot, especially in order to understand and listen to all the stakeholders who were present at the Cancer Medicine Forum. And as I said at the very beginning, since we have a very defined remit, it's important that we can change collaboratively with all stakeholders and be able to listen to them. So the future of the Cancer Medicine Forum will be further defined, and we hope that this will be further formalized. And with regards to possible action and next steps, as I mentioned, we are looking at scientific advice and probably looking at how we can systematically prompt applicants to request scientific advice more systematically and with predefined questions so that we can actually tell them everything about their products so that at the end, the clinical study design will not only address the needs of the agency, but also downstream payers and HTAs. And then this update of our template, which is also very important because this is something we can make it more visible for everyone to see what would be the research gaps that need to be taken by industry or by academia. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Caroline. Indeed, the Cancer Medicine Forum has been an opportunity for many stakeholders to open eyes on other perspective. And I think we have to recognize that despite the remit of the agency, there are efforts that are being made to try to stimulate research in that direction. We are a bit late, but I think it's important that we take time for questions. I think there is a question in the chat from I would like to for you, Richard, from Elizabeth. Elizabeth is an aware from Canada. She says, one thing I've wondered about is the potential for price control to shape the research agenda post-regulatory approval. Limiting price until question answered may motivate investment. Oops, things have disappeared. May motivate investment in needed research by pharma. And another perspective is what the role of the health system payers could have in funding research to address questions raised in the HTA review, which is something that we will take anyway in the panel at the end of the meeting. But maybe if you can take this question.
There's no easy answer. When you look at pricing and reimbursement systems on a national level, a great deal of it, of course, is confidential, discounting, tax rebates, etc. And each country has what's only described as Byzantine approaches to pricing and reimbursement. It comes down to what's the incentives and how do you create a positive incentive structure to do this sort of research. And I think there's an incentive structure both for the payers in terms of the federal funders. And I don't think we thought about that enough. In other words, to look downstream and ask the question, what sort of clinical studies need to be funded that are in benefit of society and who then pays for it? And that's the federal funders. And then there's also an incentive issue around the industry. Buried in that document I was talking about right at the end is this idea of this business risk. It is a risk. At the end of the day, this is about maximizing returns on investment for industry. And there's just a real politique of having to deal with that and finding ways of either mitigating or incentivizing industry to play ball with some of the research studies that we need to conduct.
Maybe to follow up on that, something that is very important for industry, and there are industry representatives in the room, is predictability. To me, maybe naively speaking, well, optimization can help with this predictability actually for the long-term use of drugs. So can it help here, or am I too naive?
I think the word predictability is fine in terms of predictability of income. It is about the money flows ultimately, and it's got to be seen in the context of the trade-off discussions. I mean, the EMA is one bit, but then of course they're falling into the individual nation states, and particularly the big purchasers, and that's where the complexity comes in. I think you need a lot more thinking around economics and financing in this area, I think, to get the right sort of structures.
A question from Miriam Krul.
Yes, thank you so much for a wonderful afternoon. But I'm a little bit in shock because when the clinical trial regulation in the CTIS came, they were sold to us as it would be easier for investigator-initiated trials to be performed because we now have a definition of low intervention trials. And then I listened to Mr. Tombal, and it seems like it's not been any easier to do an investigator-initiated trial. And I can't believe that the CTR was meant to make it more difficult. So something's gone wrong. And the question is, what do we need to do to fix that? Because that's not acceptable.
I would not say it's gone wrong. I say the question is optimization low intervention, or is it an intervention? So meaning by the time you have a treatment which has been approved with a schedule, whether you like it or not, it's been shown to increase overall survival. Whether you considered a intervention to whether you consider like reducing the dose by 2 or whatever, stopping the treatment, whether it's an intervention or not. So I understand very well their point, and we never challenge the regulation. We say we have created a situation which probably was not envisioned, that if you apply the same level of interventionists to this question, you basically killing it, because you take an example. Do you have to measure grade 1, grade 2 toxicity, or can you limit to grade 3, grade 4, grade 5? Do you have to rely on robust endpoints? So these are interesting questions, and maybe that nobody thought about that before. So that's we're just raising the point and saying that in its present state, the most important question is, do we consider an optimization strategy as a full intervention or as a low intervention? That's a very simple and straightforward question. So a drug is approved at 100 milligram per day. Is 80 milligram in 80 years old a new full intervention, yes or not? If you answer that question, maybe people will say, no, it's not ethical to do that. Okay, we live with that. But at the present time, nobody has answered the question. So each interlocutor will have a different answer.
Maybe to complement, we are not saying the CTR is wrong. It's probably not aligned with the objective of this trial. And indeed, I believe that ACT-EU is going for us the place where we should communicate and where we should try to find what are the routes to be able to do these trials. But I think this is also a topic for discussion. We will have to approach this trial probably completely differently in terms of writing these protocols, in terms of, I would say, selling, developing the protocols. I think it needs completely a different approach. Other questions? Yes, please. Beate Wieseler from eQuick.
Thank you very much. Actually, I would like to come back to the questions on the data on diagnostics. I found it, again, a bit shocking that so many open questions with regard to diagnostics seem to be prevalent. At the same time, when we look at larger drug development trials, we see diagnostics data. So is it just an issue of availability of this data, of public availability of this data? So isn't this data published to the same extent as clinical data? Other clinical data are published from these trials. Aren't these data published to the same extent in assessment reports by EMA? And could we have different approaches to making this data available for follow-up questions Martin was describing? So would it be an option to submit all this data to EMA for public use, for answering public questions by EMA? Sorry for this long list of questions.
I'm not sure whether I'm well placed to answer all of these questions, but I mean, maybe giving the perspective that we're at least getting from a healthcare professional side is that the level of diagnostics that seem to be going in regulatory approvals, and I might be, getting a completely different. I would be grateful if you could complement that. Is probably more of a reassurance that none of the subgroups are getting harmed, rather than looking for questions that we are identifying unmet need groups. And I think that might be exactly what the remit, of that evaluation is. Whereas, of course, looking at it from a value perspective brings looking at them in a different perspective. And at least in the area that I have a little bit knowledge of, I would say that data then is not so much in the public domain, because I think the moment that a regulatory approval has been obtained, that data is really being considered actually by the marketing departments as to how to shape the messages about the drug, rather than thinking about how to develop the next generation of drugs, at least, in these smaller diseases. I'm sure there are differences across all different diseases, and there are larger diseases where this is more strategically done. But we have even made the experience that if we go back and ask for collaboration, it often becomes visible that these data sometimes haven't even been looked at by industry themselves, because that's not the objective. The objective is to get marketing authorization. And there is a certain skill level that I think is more prevalent in academic statistician community than necessarily in a community that is really very unilaterally focused on obtaining a regulatory approval.
Yeah, and I would like to add that usually these kind of published data are usually around safety. So whenever EMA has actually taken any regulatory actions, it was more because it was safety driven, where, for example, we have initiated a referral or a signal detection. So we do that at the moment, but most of the questions are around safety when there is a real safety problem. So we would not look at published literature or any studies in order to optimize that. That's currently not part of our remit. So for any safety related issues, that's something that we could do.
I see other questions. I will just mention one comment from George Penterodakis. Do we want a society empower a super EMA with HTA body so they implement treatment optimization consideration in addition to benefit risk profile? And I think that's the basis where we will be on this basis that we will be starting actually the panel at the end of this meeting. So I think that in the interest of time, we should move to the next session, which is developing a new regulatory dimension for treatment optimization. And in that respect, we said that we should be potentially looking outside Europe and maybe outside oncology, because I think it's important to broaden our views from the field of cancer. And the first speaker will be Chris Booth from Queen's University Research Institute in Canada about cancer drug development as a public health issue. So Chris, please.
Thank you, Denis, for the introduction, the opportunity to be here. So I've been given the challenge of speaking about big picture issues in our field from the public health perspective. The comments I make over the next little while might be a bit provocative, but because I'm Canadian, I can get away with that. No one takes this too seriously. I also have a challenge today because of my Dutch host. So I arrived here yesterday. This is the third lecture I've given in 24 hours. And yesterday afternoon, at the end of a lecture, I was given a very nice basket of Dutch food. And one of the pieces in the basket was a large piece of camembert cheese with a very strong odor. And I was told by my host that I needed to carry this around in solidarity of Dutch-Canadian relationships without knowing the odor that would follow me. So actually last night I was having meetings holding this piece of cheese. And in any case, if that odor still follows us, we can apologize for that backpack over there. But in any case, to get going, I have no relationships with the pharmaceutical industry, but the disclosures I do want to make relate to my comments in the next few minutes might be critical of our field, because I think while we do many things well, there are areas that we need to do better. But this comes from a very deep place of caring. I'm a medical oncologist. I have the privilege of looking after people with cancer. I've been doing that for 20 years. And a growing number of us think that while there are things that we should celebrate and continue doing that really transform the lives and help people, we can also be a little bit introspective and recognize that we need to correct the ship in some regards. And I guess just with opening that along the lines, I conceptualize the art of cancer care as really fundamentally about delivering care and communication, and sometimes treatments. But if we're going to be delivering treatments to our patients, they should be treatments that make a measurable and meaningful impact in their lives. And we have those treatments, but we also have some treatments now with smaller benefits. And I think we need to acknowledge that and talk about it. So very briefly, I'm going to open by two paradoxes that I think illustrate some of the challenges in contemporary oncology. I'll have a few comments on the value crisis that we find ourselves in with regards to cancer medicines, and then talk a little bit about a growing grassroots initiative in Common Sense Oncology, which brings together stakeholders from around the world to try to tackle some of these really, really profound challenges that we're facing. The cancer medicine paradox is, on one hand, in many health systems, we have substantial overutilization of very toxic treatments that have very, very small benefits, particularly near the end of life. But at the same time, those cancer treatments that do have very large benefits remain unavailable to the majority of patients globally who could derive benefits from them. And this is a challenge I think all of us in the global cancer space need to reconcile and work towards solutions. We also have something I call the three buckets paradox. And I think this is a communication failure that comes probably from within our own oncology community that's been propagated through the media and kind of public discussions. And the reality is we have three flavors of cancer treatments. The first bucket, the red bucket, are those treatments which are transformative. They have huge advances. They really improve lives for patients. They increase cure rates. They help people live for many, many months and extra years and years of life. And we have those treatments. We also have treatments that fall into the green bucket, treatments that are not transformative, but they're really good. They do make a measurable and meaningful improvement in the lives of our patients. The problem is the third bucket, the blue bucket. And increasingly, many of our new medicines have uncertain levels of evidence. They are based on endpoints of uncertain value, and the benefits are quite small. And this needs to be balanced against the very real toxicities that we expose patients to. And the public doesn't necessarily have a great idea that we have these three buckets because we don't talk about this. And I think this is something we need to correct in our conversations with the public, with policymakers, and with our colleagues in the media. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the economics of cancer from the public health perspective. This is a piece of work our group published just last week in Lancet Oncology. And after many years of working closely with policymakers in the Ministry of Health in Ontario, they gave us the data for cancer drug spending, granular data over the last year. And this was a joint analysis between academic researchers and policymakers. And this shows the trajectory in cancer medicine spending for a public health system. Ontario is the largest province in Canada with about 15 million people, a single payer health system. And you can see the trajectory of this curve is staggering. The absolute numbers, this Canadian dollars, but also there are confidential discounts in this. So the absolute numbers themselves are less important than the shape of the curve. Spending in our health system for cancer medicines is increasing at about 15% per year, while the rest of health spending is increasing about 5% per year. This is something we need to recognize, talk about, and think about. This was perhaps a better news outcome than we were expecting because we described not only the trajectory of spending, but we looked at the pivotal clinical trials that informed those decisions, and we looked at the allocation of the budget for intravenous medicines in Ontario relative to what was the survival gain in those pivotal trials. And Ontario has a very strong and robust process of health technology assessment. And I think this figure illustrates that to some extent that's working. We saw that 2/3 of the budget allocation for medicines are going for treatments that actually in the clinical trials improve survival by more than 6 months. This is quite good. 1/3 were for treatments that have smaller benefits, including 10% of the budget going for medicines that have no proven evidence of a gain in survival. This is a bit of older work from our group. This has been replicated by other teams asking a very pragmatic question, which is, do you get for what you pay? What do you get for what you pay for? And so in many aspects of our life, if someone wants a faster skateboard or a nicer house, we spend more money, we get a nicer skateboard or a nicer apartment. And to that extent, it does not apply to cancer medicines. In fact, we found that not only is there no association between how well the medicine works and its price, if anything, we found the inverse relationship whereby the drugs with the smallest benefits have the largest price tag. I don't think you need a PhD in economics to know that's a very broken system. And then just getting to the landscape about endpoints and magnitude of benefit. This is work that started many years ago when I was a trainee at Princess Margaret Hospital, and we call this the evolution of the RCT in oncology, and we've published several iterations of this. This is the most recent one from 2 years ago in JAMA Oncology. And looking at RCTs of systemic therapy in breast, lung, and colorectal cancer over the last 40, now 50 years, you can see some important trends. In the 80s and 90s, most clinical trials were being designed to see if we could help people live longer. The primary endpoint was overall survival. But you can see we live in an era now where only about 30% of clinical trials are trying to see if we can help people live longer. What has changed is the movement of progression-free survival, which comes from the RECIST response criteria, which were invented to guide phase 1 and phase 2 drug development trials very appropriately. But we've seen it creep in to RCTs. And you can see now PFS is the king of oncology. About half of clinical trials are being designed to see if we can control tumor growth on CT scans. The other striking figure shows, of course, that in the modern era now, more than 90% of medical oncology RCTs are funded by the pharmaceutical industry. That's also a conversation perhaps we can have during the discussion. So I just have a slide to summarize some of the challenges with progression-free survival, recognizing that there are circumstances where it does make a lot of sense to use surrogate endpoints. But I think those should be exceptions rather than the default rule, which is where we now find ourselves. So putting this in context, progression-free survival might be useful if it is a surrogate for something that really matters to patients, like overall survival or quality of life. And there are circumstances where that is true, and it's very appropriate to use these surrogate endpoints. The problem is, over the last decade, we've learned increasingly that most of the time, PFS is not a surrogate for overall survival, nor is it a surrogate for quality of life. The second concept is, well, progression-free survival might have intrinsic meaning to patients beyond living longer or living better. But again, when you consider the lived experience of clinical toxicity, the time toxicity for patients, it becomes unclear, and there's empiric work suggesting that a good proportion, perhaps more than half of patients, actually are not interested in a medicine that has side effects, but will not help them live longer, but might control tumor growth on a CAT scan for a few months. And then finally, we've learned increasingly that there's some problems with how we measure PFS. Through something called informative censoring, it's likely that some of the apparent gain in progression-free survival is probably a statistical artifact. And so I think there's reasons for us to really reconsider where we're going with progression-free survival. There's actually, I don't have time to get into the details, but there was a very nice paper a few months ago that came from Dr. Pignati and colleagues at the EMA and EORTC that asked almost 400 clinicians and regulators, what do you think of PFS? And it showed there's huge debate and uncertainty in our field about how to handle this. But the one consistent point that we hear over and over again is there's problems with how we measure it. And there's a big problem with how we communicate this to the public, to patients, and policymakers. So I think PFS has a role, but it's driving a lot right now. And I think we need to take a step back and think, what if we're wrong? And it is, our system is currently based on an endpoint that I think has some reasons for us to have concern. Shifting just briefly to effect size. So the majority of newly approved cancer medicines do not have evidence they improve overall survival, but some of them do. And some of them have very large gains in overall survival. But again, those are exceptions because this number, 3 months, comes up over and over again in reviews of this. In aggregate, this is the median gain in overall survival for a new cancer medicine. Now, I spend my career looking after people with advanced GI cancer, so I don't want to come across as taking away the meaning of an extra 2 or 3 months of life for anyone. But again, we need to remember this comes with important caveats for our patients and their families. They are the ones that need to live through the clinical toxicity and side effects, which we know are always higher in routine practice. They are the ones that bear the burden of financial toxicity in many parts of the world and also the health system. And there's also these emerging concepts of time toxicity, how much time people spend pursuing healthcare, which if you're going to live for a long time or the treatment has large benefits is a very reasonable trade-off for most people. But again, it's a very personal decision when time is short, when someone has only 6 months or a year to live, and every day counts. I think we need to be honest and talk about this with our patients about to the extent they spend, every Monday or every second Monday in the chemotherapy. And we need to consider, is that how they want to spend their time? It's a decision for them to make. And finally, the gap between efficacy, which is outcomes observed in clinical trials, we know is always attenuated when we look at effectiveness in the real world. And so these are important caveats I think we need to think about collectively as we look where are we going in our field. There's also big issues with health equity and access to those medicines that make a big difference. I have the privilege of having a policy role with the Essential Medicine List at the WHO, and this is a paper we did several years ago where we asked oncologists, what are the most important medicines in your practice, and to what extent are these available in routine delivery of care? And they're very pragmatic. The largest benefit drugs generally were older cytotoxic and hormone therapies that should be very affordable, but they're not available in most health systems. And so I think we need to really think about that as we think from the public health perspective where we're going. And then finally, we heard earlier in one of the opening addresses is despite major advances in some of our cancers, this is work from Belgium, there's similar work from the Netherlands, showing that in aggregate, the outcomes of stage 4 cancer for most diseases, the change has been very, very subtle and very slow over time. Yet the investment of resources has been staggering. And again, that's something just for us to reflect upon from the public health perspective. So just in closing, a few slides about initiative that launched, and many of the core leaders are actually in the room here today, we call Common Sense Oncology, which is a collective of people who care very deeply about cancer systems, about people with cancer, and who want to acknowledge the things we do really well and promote those so people have access to them all over the world, but also have some introspective insight to think, where can we do better? And so this was launched about a year ago with a paper in Lancet Oncology, where we talk about some of these challenges. We wanted to socialize and be able to have these conversations and ensure that cancer care focuses on outcomes that matter to patients, and that regardless where people live, they have access to those treatments which make a real difference. This initiative has certain guiding principles. Access to quality care is a basic right. Patient and societal needs, rather than corporate profits, should dictate the research ecosystem and clinical care delivery. We think it's reasonable that when someone walks into a cancer hospital, they should be able to expect that treatments offered to them will help them live longer and better lives. Truly informed decision-making is really key here, and we need to empower patients to ensure they have the information they need to make important decisions. And then from the public health perspective, equity and access to those treatments we already know work is just as important as new innovation and technology. So there's, I think, themes that have emerged over the talks today, but consistent with this, we need to reimagine the way that we generate evidence, interpret evidence, and how we communicate this to the various stakeholders around the world. And so I'm just to paraphrase, this is the last paragraph from our essay in Lancet Oncology, just to give you a sense of the ethos of this group, which is now quite global and has a large number of patient advocates from diverse health systems in leadership roles helping us move this forward. Common Sense Oncology promotes interventions that measurably improve the lives of patients. We will celebrate well-conducted trials and promote effective treatments, but we will also speak up about and challenge interventions that might cause more harm than good. We seek to decrease global inequities and access to affordable, high-quality care. Improvements in the generation, interpretation, and communication of evidence will help close these gaps and move our field closer to a future in which a patient's outcome is not determined by where they live, what they can afford, or the strength of a marketing campaign. And with that, I'll close with just some questions for us to think about from the public health perspective, recognizing that we're doing many things very well, but we have some big challenges, and the solutions to these challenges are not going to be straightforward. So we really need collective input from stakeholders across cancer systems globally. Cancer treatment should help people live longer and better lives. As oncologists, we treat people and not tumors. We need to retain the big picture perspective of where we're going. As we've heard earlier, the economic incentives right now pose some major challenges to both the research ecosystem and how we deliver care. But fundamentally, I think all of us are in the room here today because we believe that we can do better for our patients, their families, and the health system. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Professor Daniel Goldstein from Tel Aviv University. Daniel will talk about the global challenges of post-market optimization research.
So thank you first of all, Denis, for the invitation to come here and speak. And I've really enjoyed hearing all the talks today, hearing it from the patient, the bedside, up to research and then up to policy. And I think in my talk today, I'm going to touch on all these different things. And that's what I've been involved in some of my work. So first of all, I've been trying to work on this optimization type work for the past 7 or 8 years, and this is what it is. It's a Sisyphus. Okay, it's really, really, really hard. As Professor Tombell mentioned, there are so many roadblocks along the way, and it's really hard. And what we need is help from all of the different stakeholders, whether it's the payers, whether it's the regulators, whether it's the patient advocates, whether it's industry, although this may be against the interests of industry, but we need help from everybody in order to push this rock up the hill. So let's just talk a little bit about how the drug development and approval process works. We all know this, but just to summarize it, so there's pre-market research, clinical trials, mostly industry funded, as we know. And then that goes to the regulators, there's registration, and then the drug gets either reimbursed or doesn't get reimbursed. And then afterwards, potentially there's post-market research, optimization research, and the funding for that is, well, not really quite sure. Sometimes there's a bit of government money lying around, sometimes a bit of philanthropy, but usually not much funding in that space. And so usually that kind of fades away. And there's a few efforts, and we've heard of some of the efforts, there's a few efforts at optimization, post-market research, but it's not as much as we would want it to be. So why do we need post-marketing research? It's really, really important. And we've heard about it today, but basically when drugs get approved, the dose is not always optimal. The duration of treatment is not always optimal, and the sequence of therapy is not always optimal. And so we have work to do as a clinical and a research community to try to figure out and optimize all of these issues. And why does that matter? These knowledge gaps cause physical and financial toxicity. We've heard about the financial toxicity, but there's also real physical toxicity when durations of treatment or doses are too high. Or sequencing is not good. So I'm just going to go a few small examples, and I'm going to pose a few questions. So ibrutinib, this was approved, I don't know, 7-10 years ago. The dose, we know that the BTK occupancy is high at a number of lower doses than what was approved. The dose was 420 milligrams per day. The higher dose causes cardiac toxicity. We know that with a lower dose, there's potential for less cardiac toxicity. There's a very good medical rationale that we should be testing. And there was a small phase 1 study that came out of MD Anderson looking at lower dosing of ibrutinib, showing that the efficacy could be very similar, showing that potentially there could be less cardiac toxicity. There's very good rationale here for a large phase 3 optimization study of a low dose ibrutinib. Did this study happen? No. I, together with one of my partners in crime, Mark Retain at the University of Chicago, we tried very hard to convince many different people in the CLL community to try to run a trial. For one reason or other, it didn't happen, and it isn't going to happen. And we can ask why and what we can do to try to make the potential that this should have happened. Another example, nivolumab, we've heard about checkpoint inhibitors already. I started writing about this about 7 or 8 years ago, seeing that the receptor occupancy was the same across a wide range of low doses. As well here, a phase 2 randomized study showing efficacy at a much lower dose than what was approved. So what we should have, and here's a study from India showing ultra low dose nivolumab. This is about 1/10 of the actual approved dose, showing overall survival benefit here. And it's totally rational from what we know about the receptor occupancy, etc. So what we should have seen should be that there should have been an explosion of low dose studies. There were a few studies. There's a few different studies of low dosing, some from England, some from the Netherlands, some shorter duration. As we've heard, the recruitment of these studies is not easy. It doesn't go as fast as we would like. But based on what we know scientifically about this drug or these drugs, there should have been an absolute explosion of these studies, but it didn't happen. And why is that? Because the landscape of the structure, of the incentive structure, etc., hasn't enabled it to happen. There's plenty of other opportunities for dose reductions and optimization. For example, sotorasib, there's an issue with the dose. We can talk about the androgen receptor blockers in prostate cancer. I treat a lot of prostate cancer and see a lot of toxicity and really it causes a lot of fatigue for these patients. And really there's potential scientific opportunity to do these optimization studies. Another study, duration of adjuvant trastuzumab. This was a study that did actually recruit successfully. This was a British study. There was also a French study looking at 6 months versus 12 months of adjuvant trastuzumab. Actually, this shows how they were successful at recruiting patients. It just took a very long time to recruit, and then once the results came out, the findings were potentially no longer relevant. So the development of these studies needs to be much more nimble than we're currently seeing. And then there's some other issues about implementation. This is some of the other pembrolizumab trials, but again, the question is the recruitment optimal? And most of these studies are struggling with recruitment. Here's another great trial that it's really a great honor to be here in the Netherlands, which I think is the center of the world right now for drug optimization. I think Denise said, we were in a meeting in Marseille, and Denise said that they put something in the water in the Netherlands because the mindset here seems to be much more rational and appropriate, and they seem to be more successful in developing trials, running trials, recruiting patients to trials, and getting funding for trials as well. Something that in other cultures, it's not always possible. And this is an amazing study. This shows that giving CDK4/6, the current standard is to give CDK4/6 inhibitors in the first line setting of metastatic breast cancer instead of in the second line setting. But it was never proven that this was more effective or better. So Gabe Sonker led a team of investigators and showed that the efficacy is exactly the same, and there's massively reduced cost and massively reduced toxicity as well, because the duration of treatment is so much shorter. So I take my hat off to them for amazing work. But and there's loads more sequence studies that can be done. You know, daratumumab, which has a huge cost to health systems, is given in the first line setting. It's never been proven to be more effective than giving it in the second line setting. And there's no end of ideas. But the question is why is it so hard to run these studies? And I have a few theories, and then a dream. So first of all, there's minimal or no funding often for these studies. As I mentioned, a trickle of government money, but it's not great. It's also not sexy to run these trials. Many cancer centers want to recruit patients onto the new shiny, sexy agent, and to run a discontinuation or a dose reduction study is not sexy. Maybe it's not going to bring the potential for a plenary ASCO or ESMO, and potentially it may be harder to recruit patients onto these studies, depending on how well it's framed to the patients. But I think that the culture of a country is important in that ability to recruit patients as well. And again, also, if the drug is already funded, sometimes it's just, why, if I want to reduce the dose, I'll reduce the dose. Why do it on a study? That's sometimes what I hear from some clinicians. So here's the dream, is that it should be payer-funded research linked to regulatory and reimbursement decisions. And so this is what the Dutch have managed to do. They managed to convince their payers that if they fund the study, the payer will save money anyway because they're going to spend less. Part of that money will go to running the study, and the payer will save money, and everyone's happy essentially. And then it should be a revolving fund, and this should be able to create a massive machinery of ongoing studies, which should be self-funding. So as Chris mentioned, I also try to help out a little bit. I don't do very much, but I'm involved in 2 organizations, and there's great interest in all of these concepts around the world. So from CSO and also the Optimal Cancer Care Alliance, which is more US centric, but there's great interest for all of these concepts from many places in the world. So let's just go back to the dream, and this is what we talked about, and this is the line. But what I think ought to happen is that we, after drug registration, potentially linked to drug registration, there needs to be some type of a mechanism that then potentially patients are able to access certain drugs, potentially maybe only through optimization trials. And so I would link it all into the same thing. Potentially we can talk exactly about how and where and what, and it's et cetera, but I think that that is the way to maximize the potential of optimization research. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Our next speaker is Donna Riviera. She's Associate Director of Pharmacoepidemiology, Real-World Data, and Real-World Evidence at FDA. Donna will talk to us about the FDA Oncology Center of Excellence and their project Pragmatica.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. I want to start by thanking our EMA colleagues for the ongoing collaborations and the opportunity to discuss patient-centric evidence generation. So I'm going to focus today on Project Pragmatica, which is an example of innovative evidence generation. And I'm Donna Rivera. I'm a pharmacist and pharmacoepidemiologist by training in the Oncology Center of Excellence at the US FDA. Next slide, please. So when we think about the current state, as has been mentioned this afternoon, of clinical trials, they're complex and restrictive often and can be quite resource intensive, leading to the potential for highly burdensome effects to patients as well as providers in an already burdened healthcare system. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we envision a future state in which there are opportunities for more streamlined and generalizable evidence through targeted, objective-focused approaches that are closer to routine clinical care and allow for increased access and allow appropriate flexibilities. Next slide, please. Therefore, the Oncology Center of Excellence at the US FDA has launched Project Pragmatica. Project Pragmatica is focused on advancing evidence generation for approved oncology medical products by exploring innovative trial design approaches that introduce functional efficiencies and patient centricity through integration with real-world routine clinical practice through a variety of pragmatic elements, which I'll discuss in just a moment. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what is a pragmatic clinical trial? Well, a pragmatic clinical trial can have many definitions, but the consensus around this is that a clinical trial is designed in a way to efficiently inform decision-making on benefits, burdens, or risks of health interventions in representative populations by including pragmatic elements that are partially or fully integrated into routine clinical practice and streamline trial design and conduct. Pragmatic elements are specific design features that can be integrated and are along a continuum. So they may include one of these features or a variety of these features, from eligibility to flexibility in interventions and measurement of outcomes. Next slide, please. So in discussing this a bit, I would like to specifically talk about the PRECIS model and how we interpret the continuum of pragmatic elements in a clinical trial. There are three domains to pragmatism that think about the recruitment aspect, the trial intervention delivery aspect, and the measurement aspect. Next. Within the aspect of recruitment, there are pragmatic elements. So within each of the three domains, there are 3 elements, so 9 total elements. And they ask questions along this continuum, thinking about a traditional randomized controlled trial all the way along the spectrum to a fully pragmatic clinical trial. Next. So the questions we might ask in this context of recruitment around eligibility are: who is selected and how representative are those patients to the intended use population, about recruitment strategies, and about the setting in which the trial is conducted. For the trial intervention and delivery aspects, thinking about the organization, the flexibility in delivery and flexibility in adherence. Next, which really translate to how the trial is organized, and what expertise and resources are being utilized, what flexibilities are being permitted, and how monitoring and adherence is being measured. And then additionally in follow-up around, in measurement around the aspects of follow-up, next, how follow-up is being done and what the expected differences are. In primary outcome, how the primary outcome is being measured and what was selected, and in the analysis, and to what extent all data are included and auditable. Next slide, please. So I'd like to give an example of one of the newest pragmatic trials, Pragmatica Lung. Pragmatica Lung seeks to confirm the encouraging survival results of a randomized phase 2 clinical trial, and which was conducted as part of LungMap. So LungMap was the first cancer precision medicine trial supported by the NCI. And this trial, S1800A, was a phase 2 randomized study of ramucirumab plus pembrolizumab versus standard of care, treating 136 patients with advanced non-small cell lung cancer that were previously treated with immunotherapy. And so the aspect of this trial, that's the basis of the trial, was to think about ways in which there could be the opportunity to bring effective therapy following frontline immune checkpoint inhibitors for non-small cell lung cancer with currently limited treatment options. So there was an opportunity to think about streamlining with the fact that pembrolizumab and ramucirumab have been approved in multiple tumors, including non-small cell lung cancer, and have a well-known safety and efficacy profile. So Lung Pragmatica conceptualizes, based on that, the opportunity for a pragmatic trial with the primary objective of comparing overall survival between patients previously treated and then previously treated and therefore with recurrent non-small cell lung cancer randomized to pembrolizumab and ramucirumab versus standard of care. And then the secondary objective of reporting serious and unexpected high-grade adverse events, treatment-related adverse events. So as you can see here, this is the initial concept of this trial, again, with the primary outcome of overall survival. Next slide, please. So when you think about what was just mentioned in the format of a pragmatic trial, the interesting aspects of Pragmatica Lung include ways in which each of these was approached on the pragmatic spectrum from the traditional to the fully pragmatic. And in the context of pragmatism, the eligibility for this trial was highly inclusive with limited eligibility requirements and very broadened eligibility criteria. There was engagement of NCORE or community sites and community engagement in order to increase the potential for access from traditionally underrepresented populations. It is being conducted at community, health system, and academic sites. The organization is through some of the cooperative groups, SWOG, as well as support by the NCI, NCTN, and sponsors. This trial is being conducted in routine clinical care with dosing per labeling using routine clinical monitoring and routine clinical practice. The outcome is highly pragmatic in overall survival with efficacy data required and very limited safety reporting. So this is what is seen as really a fairly pragmatic and very streamlined trial, especially in terms of data collection. Next slide, please. So that brings us to what we're conceptualizing around the clinical evidence generation continuum. This is a model where you see traditional randomized controlled trials on the far left and real-world data on the far right. And of course, data may be comprised from clinical trial and real-world data for clinical evidence, but it's important to think about how we can integrate different data sources and study data designs to be most effective for patient-centric evidence generation. And again, notably, this is not a dichotomy of clinical trials and real-world data, but most certainly a continuum. And within this, it illustrates different designs along the continuum and their specific elements, thinking through, for example, how traditional RCTs are prospective, interventional, and randomized with often strict eligibility criteria, highly monitored sites, and complex protocol-based assessments. And as we start to move across the continuum, we think about ways in which we can introduce remote assessments, create flexibilities, allow for the potential for selective monitoring. And then also, as we more conceptualize the opportunity to think about inclusion of real world data, thinking about how it may be embedded in routine clinical care and routine clinical assessments. And this really illustrates the overarching point that we would like to be able to think about how we can enhance generalizability in clinical trials, moving global clinical trials closer to reflecting the real world routine clinical practice by bringing trials closer to patients. And in the US, reflecting US clinical practice, which is important to our regulations, and then doing this while utilizing novel approaches that maintain data integrity. And there's a lot more to be done, and I'm glad we're all here to discuss this as we move closer to this goal. Next slide, please. So briefly, I'd like to talk a little bit about the concepts we've been thinking about around integrating clinical trials into routine clinical practice at the FDA, and really thinking about how the opportunities we have now with convergence of the use of EHR in clinical practice and integration of a variety of our federal agencies in bridging clinical research and clinical care. So location, thinking about bringing trials closer to where patients receive their care to improve convenience and accessibility and allow for enrollment of more diverse populations. As infrastructure, thinking about the already in place infrastructure in healthcare networks to reduce startup times and increase speed of enrollment. And in conduct, in thinking about what agreements are necessary between sponsors and healthcare institutions, in creating a mixture of trial-related activities that may be able to be performed by local healthcare providers versus those that need to be done by study personnel with a complete understanding of the protocol, and that less being part of routine clinical practice and providing adequate guidance and instructions for data collection to maintain data integrity. Next slide, please. And so when we really conceptualize this in modernizing evidence generation, it's always harder to do something when there's the inertia of doing what you've always done. So we think about ways in which there needs to be a call for innovation. Streamlining trials requires change in the ways of thinking and the ways of current working, and especially in the US, in the ways that our healthcare system currently works. In inclusion, patient-centric trials include patients in trial design and developments and bringing patients to that conversation. And then in risk mitigation, we've been hearing a lot about the concerns around the potential risk aversion of how to do this effectively globally from sponsors. So seeking advice early and often from agencies, review divisions is important to think about how we may mitigate risk and still instill innovation. Next slide, please. So I'd like to conclude by discussing a bit about what I hope are the possibilities and the challenges with hopefully more possibilities than challenges. So there are a lot of possibilities for integration of clinical research, and we're thinking about ways in which our current data collection systems and EHRs can be standardized and allow for a bit more of a minimum common oncology data elements set through M-code. Abilities to understand drug effects, as has been mentioned throughout the afternoon, the complexities of the current drug development landscape in oncology, and then thinking about our opportunity to learn from rapid characterization recently of emerging public health needs and how we can carry forward some of the innovations learned through that, as well as in the post-market setting and the opportunities to really optimize treatment post-market. Of course, challenges include the potential for data and quality concerns, which will require methods development and ensure ability to ensure data provenance, the implementation of pragmatic trials and thinking about the incentives that are necessary and mitigation of risk, and as well ability to access data and especially imaging data in the context of response endpoints. Next slide, please. Because of all of this, in collaboration with the oncology community, we hope to launch this new effort in OCE called Project 5 and 5. And it's really going to crowdsource the oncology community to identify 5 clinically relevant questions in oncology that can be answered through pragmatic trials over 5 years. And we're going to be launching this on 5/5. So we look forward to hearing from the broader oncology community about ways in which pragmatic trial clinical questions can be implemented and understood better through pragmatic clinical trials. Next slide, please. So we envision a future where clinical practice, clinical research can come closer together to really inform the opportunities for evidence generation at the point of care. And so our goal is that using pragmatic approaches can better reflect routine clinical care among representative patients for evidence generation that is patient-centric and builds a learning healthcare system that can support evidence for regulatory, clinical, and patient decision-making collaboratively. Next slide, please. Happy to answer any questions. Next. And I'd like to thank all of my colleagues at the FDA and our leadership for working to advance the use of evidence modernization approaches for patient-centric evidence generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Donna. And it's my pleasure to introduce the last speaker of this session, Guy Brussel. I've been meeting Guy alongside the discussion of treatment optimization. He comes from the field of respiratory disease and is going to tell us a bit how does treatment optimization also applies to other fields of medicine. So Guy, thank you.
Thank you, Denis. And I'm very thankful for both the EMA and the EORTC for giving me the opportunity to present on the need and the added value of treatment optimization, not only in the field of cancer, where there is a huge unmet medical need, but also for other non-communicable diseases. And I will focus on asthma as an example. I'm a respiratory physician working at Ghent University Hospital in Belgium, and I'm also the president of the Belgian Respiratory Society, which closely collaborates with the European Respiratory Society. And so we know that there is a problem because there's a huge gap between the pre-approval development of medicines and their post-approval use in real life in clinical practice, which is, to use an euphemistic term, suboptimal. So what's the solution? The solution is indeed patient-centered applied clinical research through performing treatment optimization studies, both observational and interventional study, pragmatic trials, to inform and optimize clinical practice and also to develop guidelines for clinical practice based on evidence. So there are unique opportunities within the European Union for treatment optimization in non-communicable diseases. We have the European Health Union. We have the pharmaceutical strategy of the European Union. We have, of course, the European Medicines Agency. But I would add also the Innovative Medicines Initiative, which is now called the Innovative Health Initiative. And so altogether, we should strive for the EU to facilitate and coordinate international treatment optimization studies, not only in cancer, but also in other non-communicable diseases, to investigate the real-life effectiveness and long-term safety of medicines and also other treatments for patients with non-communicable diseases. And then the ultimate goal and objective will be to optimally use these medicines and treatments for patients and healthcare systems. So you know that there is a problem. So when we enroll patients for drug development in phase 2 and 3 clinical trials, you see there's predominantly male subjects, whereas, for example, asthma is mainly affecting females. And in these drug development, clinical, classical, traditional trials, they focus on efficacy and short-term safety, where we compare the new drug with placebo. And this is drug-centered research, which is essential, but is insufficient to guide our clinical practice. Because below you see the patients I see in clinical practice with asthma, and they are all ages, and they include also pregnant women, children, elderly, and patients with comorbidities, which are often excluded from the drug development trials. So to guide the clinical practice, we need real-life clinical studies, including pragmatic randomized controlled trials, to study the effectiveness and the long-term safety of a drug, and comparing this with other active treatments. And this is the applied clinical research and treatment optimization studies. And here you see the many non-communicable diseases. Of course, this workshop focuses on cancer, but of course, there are many cardiovascular diseases, chronic respiratory diseases, obesity, diabetes, etc., which also need treatment optimization studies. And I will focus on asthma. So asthma is a highly prevalent disease. It's approximately 15% of the children affected by asthma and up to 8% of adults. So worldwide, more than 300 million patients with asthma. And asthma attacks can be life-threatening. They can lead to emergency department visits and hospital admissions. And here you see the GINA guidelines, the Global Initiative for Asthma Guidelines. I'm a member of the scientific committee of GINA, and you see it's a complex scheme, and we needed to show 2 tracks for the treatment because, for example, the reliever is determinant for the track. So you have as needed low-dose ICS, inhaled corticosteroid formoterol in the first track. And then you have the other reliever, which is a short-acting beta-2 agonist, as the reliever in track 2. But we don't have any evidence where we combine, for example, inhaled corticosteroids formoterol as reliever on top of other ICS-LABA combinations. So this makes it very challenging for us to develop simple guidelines because the clinical evidence is lacking. But I will focus on severe asthma, so the treatment step 5. And so in the past decade, we have seen 6 monoclonal antibodies which have been approved by EMA and FDA for the treatment of severe asthma. But they only have been compared with placebo. And we don't know how and when to choose amongst these different biologic therapies for severe asthma. So here you see the EMA-approved drugs for the treatment of severe asthma, major breakthroughs, but for optimal use in clinical practice, crucial information is lacking. And the most important question is, of course, which drug is best for each unique patient, individual patient? There are no head-to-head comparisons. Are there biomarkers which can predict the therapeutic response? What's the real-life effectiveness and comparative effectiveness and long-term safety, especially in specific populations, including pregnant women, elderly, children? And how long do we need to treat? So these questions are not addressed. And so a drug has been approved and there's market access. There are many questions who do remain when the drug reaches the market. So which drug for which patient? Can we combine several of these drugs? What's the optimal dosage? How long do we need to treat? What are the predictive biomarkers? And what about specific populations? So that's the problem. Now the solution, patient-centered applied clinical research. And so together with Denis Lacombe, but also with patients and patient organizations, including Kate Hill and Elisa Matthews, we have written this paper on moving forward from drug-centered to patient-centered research. And we need both, of course. And so it's clear that on the left side, you see the classical drug-centered research, phase 2 and 3, classical randomized controlled trials, focusing on efficacy and safety on the short term, and then leading to regulatory approval based on group-level responses. But of course, for clinical practice and to develop clinical practice guidelines such as GINA, we need, in addition, patient-centered research, both observational studies, but also interventional treatment optimization studies, to study the effectiveness in real life, also the cost effectiveness and the long-term safety, because all these non-communicable diseases are lifelong diseases. And there we are very interested in individual responses, so to guide our clinical practice. And so we have now opportunities within the European Union with the European Medicines Agency, where there is the extended mandate beyond drug approval. And there's the EU pharmaceutical strategy focusing on the full life cycle of a medicine. And then I will highlight the opportunities for the Innovative Health Initiative and previously the Innovative Medicines Initiative. So here you see some of the Innovative Health Initiative's consortia and projects. And so 3TR is on immune-mediated diseases, including asthma. But then the UBIPRED was on severe asthma, but also you have iCare for cardiovascular diseases. Then Optima and Cancer ID in the cancer field. Then Adapted and Roadmap for Alzheimer's disease. And then Rhapsody and Inodia on diabetes. And these are only a few examples of IMI and Innovative Health Initiatives. But of course, all these consortia, they have common needs with respect to ethical, legal, and regulatory issues, especially with respect to database governance, biobanking, imaging. And so it takes 2-3 years for these consortia to get started with a pragmatic trial, and they only have funding for 4 or 5 years. And so each time, each IMI or Innovative Health Initiative needs to reinvent the wheel and to do a huge investment to get started with a pragmatic trial. We have also Innovative Health Initiatives. We are more methods and tools focused. For example, EU Pearl, Eden, the C4C, the Connect for Children, and many others. And they are excellent, but they are temporary for a few years. Whereas the needs, the common needs for these initiatives, they are permanent. So we should have a permanent structure to help us to coordinate and facilitate treatment optimization studies within the European Union. For observational studies, we have already the Darwin EU, and when Darwin stands for Data Analysis and Real-World Interrogation Network of the European Union. So this is an initiative of EMA to have the real-world data, which are collected in routine clinical care, integrated into real-world evidence and generating real-world evidence. So that's already a big step forward for observational studies. But I don't have to convince you that if you see an association between an exposure to a drug and an outcome, this is not always causal, because there could be confounding bias. And of course, to really be sure that the exposure to the drug is causing the beneficial effect and outcome, we need to exclude confounding, and that's the reason why we need to randomize. Randomization eliminates confounding by baseline variables, including confounding by indication or confounding by contraindication in routine clinical care data. And so that's the reason why we need pragmatic trials. And of course, we learn from oncology field where you have these platform trials and the basket trials, umbrella trials, and especially we need to develop adaptive pragmatic trials where you can, after interim analysis, then stop a certain arm due to futility or add a new arm when there's a new drug or a new treatment. So what we need at the European level is a treatment optimization platform to coordinate patient-centered clinical trials on non-communicable diseases within Europe. And so the patient should be central, patient organizations, the European Patient Forum, and of course, under the guidance of the EU, the EMA, but of course in collaboration with all stakeholders, including the health technology assessment bodies, the industry, academia, and the Biomed Alliance. So here you see the European Health Union tackling health crisis together. This was, of course, due to the COVID pandemic. But if you look at the role of the EMA as in this overview, it's clear that the EMA aims to coordinate studies to monitor the effectiveness and safety of vaccines, but also hopefully of drugs. And not only the safety, but also the effectiveness in real life. And that the EMA aims to coordinate the performance of clinical trials, including pragmatic trials, not only in communicable diseases, such as COVID, but also in non-communicable diseases. And then, of course, we have the European Health Union. The strategy covers the full life cycle of a medicine. And here you see that what's the intention of the European Health Union is to stimulate research and innovation, to align clinical trials to patients and health system needs, but I would add to coordinate patient-centered applied clinical research through a platform for treatment optimization. So this brings me to my final slide. So we all know there's a big problem of the research and evidence gap between the pre-approval development of medicines and their post-approval use in real life and clinical practice. The solution and the topic of this workshop is patient-centered applied clinical research in cancer, but I would add other non-communicable diseases to inform and optimize clinical practice and guidelines. And there's an opportunity for the European Union and the EMA to coordinate international treatment optimization studies, especially pragmatic trials, to evaluate the comparative real-life effectiveness of drugs and other treatments in patients with non-communicable diseases in the EU. And then ultimately, these medicines will be used optimally, personalized, and precise. We are in an era of precision medicine, and then we need, of course, individual response evidence instead of group-level response levels. I thank you for your attention.
So we have a few minutes for questions from the floor. And I see one raised hand already. I'm just going to give read one of the, actually summarize one of the questions from the chat, and ask perhaps Pierre Desmoulins. Pierre, you have a lot of experience in scientific advice. One of the questions in these de-escalation trials, probably with non-inferiority design, is always the difficult discussion about the margins. Are regulators, let's say, ready to take the challenge of helping define what is an acceptable inferiority margin or not in these situations?
So, very difficult question. Let's try. I would say that every time the question is around overall survival. That's very tricky, because any inferiority in overall survival is a problem. So defining a margin in overall survival, we are at the limits of ethics. For any other endpoint, I'm speaking of oncology here, we must exactly define what we would be ready to lose, which is exactly the question of a non-inferiority margin. With having in mind that when setting a non-inferiority margin, we're performing a somewhat artificial exercise, because what we are interested in the end of the day, is the confidence interval of the difference we observe. So after that relatively technical observation, I would say that yes, we are ready to discuss any approach that would help us in defining what is equivalent to what, because we are speaking not, let's speak of equivalence more than of non-inferiority. If we can demonstrate that a new approach, which is less expensive, more convenient to the patient, more convenient to physicians, any quality, gives similar results to what has been approved, is good news for anyone. Unfortunately, and I will explain that at the time of the round table, we are not, for the time being, in the best position to stimulate these type of questions. If your question is, would we be happy to answer? Yes, 10 times yes. This is my answer.
Bertrand is asking for the floor, and then we have a question.
We've been discussing that a lot during our trial, like de-escalate. And you know what I'm surprised is that we still discuss between physician and regulator what is acceptable in terms of non-inferiority margin, where we never ask the patient themselves, because in the end, we're not going to take the drug. They're going to take the drug. And there are technology, and I see now Dr. Huys is here, so we're working with them because we realize that maybe we should ask the patient. And there are technology like discrete choice experiment where we could simulate in a proper way to patient scenario that they could say, okay, that we accept. Because every time I've been doing that, I've been surprised that we put probably much more emphasis on overall survival than they usually do. So I think that one way to answer your question and come recommendation is to really involve those that will receive the drug. Maybe Dr. Huys, I mean.
Absolutely, I'm completely with you, and also happy to contribute to that. And actually, with a large IMI project, PREFER, we created a framework to develop patient preference studies to investigate what patients really find important, and also indeed to investigate what are the maximum acceptable risks that patients are able or are willing to take for what type of benefit that is there. And we do this as well together with Francesco Pignatti. So the European Medicines Agency has actually positively approved this methodology. And I think that is actually combining these with a de-escalation trial in order to identify what are now the non-inferior margins that need to be taken into account. I think is an excellent way of taking into account what patients really think about these quality of life related aspects related to the overall extra months of overall survival.
Thank you. On this point, I have Daniel and then Pierre. Daniel.
Yeah, I just want to add, I think it's a hugely important issue that has been brought up. My sense is that the scientific, the statistical, and perhaps also the regulatory community have been a bit too strict on what on the specific margins. We've done some work with Ian Tannock. There's a paper that we talked about near equivalence, which is in JCO from a few years ago, and we've got another paper on its way with quite a controversial or provocative title. So we can get there's more info there. But I think there's definitely justification as you're talking about patient preferences and everything, but widening these margins because the margins, the expectation is that the margin is far tighter than it is usually far tighter than what needs to be.
So Daniel, this is music to my ears, and I couldn't agree more. I was exactly on the same idea, saying that the non-inferiority margin is a statistical rule. It is necessary, but what matters in the end is what we observe at the end of the trial. My second remark would be on the contribution of the patients. We try as much as we can to involve the patients in our scientific advices, at least. We do not necessarily succeed always, but we have some successes. And when I was referring to us discussing the non-inferiority margin or anything like that, I'm speaking of the regulatory system that includes the patients, at least at the step of the scientific advices. And I had exactly the same experience you described, that sometimes we are relatively surprised by the fact that the patients do not put the weight where we would expect them to do. And that difference matters much because we have to take that into account for cancer and for many other conditions, not only for cancer, for any disease. So that's very important. And this is taken into account already, not perfectly, but as much as we can.
Thank you, Pierre. And then we had a question from the floor.
Yes, very inspiring presentations. My name is Sarah van Waalbeck from Leiden University, but also from the National Payers Committee for Evaluations of Drugs in the Netherlands, the committee that decides on the reimbursements of medicine. And I was very immensely proud that our initiatives and our fundings for cost efficiency studies and for those optimization studies were mentioned by several speakers, and indeed we have funding, and the SONIA trial with CDK4/6 is actually funded by us. But the thing is that I guess we have double standards in dealing and adopting innovation and dealing with the evidence. Like if EMA comes with an authorization based on exceptional circumstances with a phase 1 trial, or look at the NTRACs, they're just based on 50 patients. Then the healthcare providers, they adopt the innovation. But if the evidence comes from hundreds of patients from another centers, another country, then we are reluctant in implementing. And then I don't know what the reason is. It's lack of trust or misalignment of incentives, or risk aversion, or just simply not invented by me syndrome. But unless an authority endorses these studies, they are not going to be implemented. The study will be done, but they will never be implemented outside of those hospitals that were involved with the study. So this means actually that healthcare funders are willing to invest, but eventually that would be a waste of money if it's not implemented.
Daniel.
Sorry, I don't want to hog the floor, but I just want to respond to that. It's a first of all, pleasure to meet you funding it. What great work you did. But it's a hugely depressing fact of the implementation of some amazing findings for optimization that then don't get implemented. I'm extremely depressed by the fact of some of the responses to the data that's been presented from the SONIA trial, for example, where to try to put it in a nice way, I think there are certain interests which want to show that the design wasn't appropriate, etc., in order that it won't be implemented widely. And we don't see that only with the results of the SONIA trial. We also see it with the results of multiple other optimization studies, which the implementation, unfortunately, is lacking.
So, Sarah, there are successful examples of payers funding trials, obviously, but is this? I mean, it's an open question. I've been thinking about it. Is this the right model, or is it a little bit sort of kicking the bucket to the next decision maker? And are these funding decisions not likely to be driven, but let's say more economic considerations than, I don't know, improving toxicity or benefits?
So the drug development studies are performed at the global level, and whereas the drug optimization, treatment optimization studies are often performed at the national level, and then we challenge recruitment problems. So we need to have it at least at the European level, ideally at the global level. And it's good that the FDA and EMA are collaborating, and the FDA Pragmatica project, it's superb. It's superb. So we need to do this. For example, we are involved in a predictamab trial, so a trial where we compare 2 monoclonal antibodies for severe asthma. We have major challenges with patient recruitment because the drugs are already on the market, and we do it at the national level in Belgium. We need to do this at the European level to have fast answers to these important questions.
Thanks, Guy. We're going to close after 2 interventions. We have Beate and then Richard.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Guy, I would agree that it would be very important to at least move that to the European level. According to my understanding, funding of trials by payers or health insurances is discussed in very many countries, and there are countries like the Netherlands and Belgium who are one step ahead. At the same time, I think we must be very aware that we should see that in the overall framework of drug development and funding of drugs in clinical care. So we should make sure that we don't just shift the cost of drug development to the society. That would make the whole thing very difficult. So we need a good framework to place the cost fairly across the continuum of development versus treatment optimization versus funding of care.
Final word, Richard, before we break for coffee.
So Daniel's spot on. I mean, what we've seen is most of these optimization studies have been ruthlessly attacked, and not just from industry, but from our own community as well. And in a sense, it's a non-compliance, as Chris was saying, of our own community acting as barriers to getting these actually integrated into routine practice. But on top of the payer point of view, I think this is the disjunction we have at the moment. We talk a lot about payers, but when we're talking about federal funding for this, if you look at the reality in Germany, in France, in Italy, in the UK, it is not there. People are not interested in funding this work. And even further than that, unless you have a system that connects this research to reimbursement, at the end of the day, fundamentally in social systems, we do what we're paid for. If fundamentally in medical oncology, you're not paid for that through some DMG, you will not do it. It's as simple as that. So there's all these disconnects going on at the moment. And I think you're right. It takes a fundamental rethink of not just the payers, but also the culture of optimization studies and then how we support those into routine practice.
Thank you. So we're going to break for coffee until 1:30, so in 25 minutes, 4:30 local time.
I should say that the debate has already started at the previous session, but I think one of the stakeholders we have not heard from really at this point in time are the patients. So I would like to start there because at the end of the day, if we do all that, it's for the patients. So maybe to you, Anna, to get started, what does it mean, treatment optimization? What do you expect and how do you see all the challenges that you have heard this afternoon?
Thank you so much. I think some of the challenges were already raised in terms of what data we are currently looking at in clinical trials, and the endpoints and the outcomes that we're measuring are not always relevant for the patients. And I think to look at what is actually relevant for the patients, we should look at patient experience data, at patient preference measures, at patient reported outcomes and patient experience. And even though Richard mentioned that the healthcare system cannot really be compared with any other system, I would say that what is currently happening is that we're developing these high-performance cars, nice racetracks, and then we take these high-performance cars out of the racetracks and put them in the real world, and we're putting them with real drivers without prior to that asking the drivers how are the roads in their own country, what type of suspension adjustments they may need, when would they like to fill the car with gas, and so on. So I think in terms of actually improving and optimizing both cars and treatments, I think we should ask the patients and collect the data that is relevant for them. So yeah, I think that would be one of the aspects that would definitely improve and optimize treatments.
I think you make an analogy with car manufacturing, and it's true. This is something we've been already also alluding to. Is that when the car is put on the market, it's been tested, all the safety and so on. And maybe it's not so the case for the drugs. And the presentation this afternoon highlighted that. So I think it's an important point that we have to take into account. So now to start a little bit or to continue the debate during the conversation, during the presentation this afternoon, I've taken a few key words, and I would like the panelists, and we see who wants to take that. Is first of all, I think for me what is important is that there can be national solution, and we will hear about those. But I think we have to speak out the international. What do we want at the international level? Well, we heard that the current economic model for cancer is broken, so that we have to regenerate evidence, that we have to also change the way we communicate in general, and basically, what do we want to change, and what could be the role of the stakeholder? So I think that's maybe to get started the discussion. Before we get into maybe in more details about pragmatic trial, how they could be incorporated in the system, or what are all the technical questions, could the panelists a little bit comment on their views on actually the role of the stakeholder and how we could re-engineer all that based on these few, I would say, important key messages that we heard this afternoon, or maybe the speakers also, of course, can contribute to that. I don't know if there is one of the panel. Beat?
Maybe I can give it a start. Well, actually, I think from the first session, it became very clear that we do need treatment optimization. I felt the examples were very impressive and also showed that at the same time, we know how to do this study. So we know what studies we would need to improve our knowledge. And actually, these treatment optimization questions coming out of care, out of the clinical care, are very close to health technology assessment, because our decision making is maybe closer to clinical care than that of the regulators. And I feel that our main question, our bread and butter question, actually is the first treatment optimization question. The question we are asking is, if we have a new drug, how does it compare to the standard of care, to the currently available standard of care? And that, of course, is the first attempt to optimize a treatment for a patient. We are trying to answer these questions, first of all, for decision-making at the system level, pricing and reimbursement, but also to inform decision-making at the individual level, to inform patients and their physicians on what they can expect from a new treatment as compared to what is available. And therefore, I feel HTA is kind of close to treatment optimization. And then, of course, beyond this first question that should be answered by comparative effectiveness studies, then there are further opportunities for treatment optimization, which then also in certain cases might also make a treatment more efficient, and therefore perhaps it could overcome a hurdle for reimbursement that it wouldn't overcome without this optimized approach. So maybe that as a first idea to why this discussion is very important actually for health technology assessment agencies. Maybe on the international level, as I said, we are currently starting the European Health Technology Assessment Framework. The regulation for this has come into effect in 2022, and actually we are about to do the first joint assessments in 2025, and we will be starting with cancer drugs. So that is a very timely discussion for us. Thank you.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about that. What is the perspective of the international dimension of HTA, taking into account the discussion you're having? So I think that's something we are going to follow closely, indeed. Michael, from the industry point of view.
Maybe I can be the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit. What I say is my own opinion and based on my own examples. I mean, I think oncology, I started in the mid-80s, and we have made great progress. So I think there has been an increase in overall survival for most cancers, for most patients. So I think productivity of the sector is actually not so bad. I do agree that implementation research is suffering, but it's also suffering, as we heard, and my great example is work which has been done in 2016, 2017 by a gentleman called Ethan Bash, I think at the time in Philadelphia, now in Memorial Sloan, which was for me as a practicing clinician, a very simple intervention leading to a dramatic improvement in overall survival. And I would look around 7 years later, it's probably not implemented by many cancer centers, even not to speak smaller hospitals. So yes, I think we have to concur with that. I think we should use data to drive decisions. I'm not sure RCTs are the answer. RCTs give you averages, they give you the buckets. I'm not sure that's really what patients want, which is probably more individualistic decisions. We haven't discussed one thing which we are starting to use much more, which is analytical AI. And I think that's quite interesting. We did some work on it over the last 6-7 years. And it comes back to what Martin talked about biomarkers. So yes, we always look at biomarkers. They must be hugely complex. There must be genomic signatures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But if you use something like AI and you use combinations of biomarker, they can be increasingly simple. So for one blood disease, we found a red blood cell distribution with which the quota counter gives you every time and nobody ever looks at. So I think it can be done. It should be done. But we need new technology which make it simpler. I think we discussed a lot about cost and optimization. For me, that's a different discussion. I think we can discuss what healthcare should cost, but it should not be linked to optimization, because optimization can be dose reduction, can also be dose increase for some patients. It can be that patient use drugs at different lines to when they're approved, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's, for me, the core of optimization, is really trying to personalize cancer care. And coming back to this Canadian theme, I think William Osler said that it's not so important what kind of disease a patient has. It's more important what kind of patient has a disease. And I think that's probably, for me, the key point of optimization going forward, where we have to really work together. And I agree with that internationalization, and we have to find ways to fund this by all means. And it shouldn't be just one hospital doing it, and therefore it's not listened to.
Pierre, you want to react, and then Momir after.
Yes, I just wanted to make two remarks. The first one is, I believe we have all the tools available, but the tools are in different boxes. And if we want to make a progress, maybe it's a very simple answer. We have to mix the tools from all the boxes, and we will succeed in something. I'm very convinced of that. As a regulator, I'm the regulator here. I feel sometimes a bit isolated. So I'm speaking on my own behalf. Forgive me, but I will give you two examples where I would need some support from other people because of the legislation as it is. At the Scientific Advisory Working Party, we often have plans for development where the companies come with a comparison against the standards, and then as soon as the patient progresses, they offer crossover. And they say, oh, because of the crossover, we will never see an effect on overall survival. And we want to go for crossover because physicians are convinced that our drug is of such a value that we cannot deprive any patient from getting it soon or later. So my natural answer would be, okay, if your drug is that magic in second line as well, why not waiting the second line to use it? This is optimization already. But we need the support from academy to please try influencing those developments and not jumping into crossover that will destroy your question on overall survival instead of PFS. So here we need some to get out of our building. A second example I will give, and Beate, it is exactly along your remark. I remember that some years ago, we had a development which was proposing a checkpoint inhibitor, which was nothing more than to meet you in non-small cell lung cancer, first line. And the control was chemotherapy without a checkpoint inhibitor. And the company came with that development saying, oh, we will perform the trial in countries where the checkpoint inhibitor are not available to the patients, but we will demonstrate the same efficacy which was observed with the first one. So you should accept that. I was personally completely against that development. But when it came to the CHMP, and despite a very negative scientific advice, we had to accept because the benefit risk was probably positive, but we would never know whether that drug was dramatically, possibly inferior to the modern standard of care in the right model, the patients that could access to it, because it is what we are discussing. And here we need the support of other people that will push toward the right demonstration that is useful to the patients. If we try, if we succeed in reaching collaboration, I'm speaking of international collaboration, which is important, but we are here at DMA, so we are already collaborating between European countries, but collaboration with the FDA, with Santé Canada, with other structures. If we can collaborate and break the walls with the HTAs, with the patients' organizations, we try, but we cannot succeed systematically, with any stakeholder, and including the industry, because industry is not an enemy here. They sometimes have some advantages in performing optimization studies, not necessarily against their interests. We can succeed. I don't believe that we should rush into very modern instruments or any dream of future of biology. Let's use what we have available, and if we make a proper use of all the competencies, of all the positions of the different stakeholders, regulators, payers, patients, industry, academics, we will succeed in something. Simply. I believe that it is as simple as that. Once it is said, we have to perform something which is a bit more difficult, but this would be my motto today.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's as simple as that, but it requires that people accept to leave their comfort zone to some extent, and that's quite challenging. And I think that relates to a comment that George Panterodakis made earlier this afternoon. It was. Can we get it there like this, or should we have a more political will? Should there be a political change in terms of reestablishing some sort of power in decision? That's a question maybe. But Momir, you want to speak? You have a comment or a question?
Yeah, thank you, Denis, and thank you to you and to EMA colleagues and all the presenters for very inspiring talks. I see quite a harmonized approach here. So we all want to identify those with improved tolerability that will lead to more patients missing fewer treatments. So from the regulator's point of view, for me, this is a regular type 2 variation. So you just should set the conditions to be fulfilled and the documentations to be supplied. Very easy. But on the other side, we, for instance, at least in Europe, we don't have this procedure where can this data come from, and I think this is change in the legislation which is forecasted, so this is something that we were gonna work on, that because treatment optimization is about personalizing medicines, so we talk about personalized medicines, precision medicines, and if you look from the from regulators' point of view or from the payer point of view, no one wants to have imprecise medicine. So this is something that we need to talk about. So to have as much as possible data, and on the other side, we need to also to request labeling change. This is a crucial point here. If we are aware of new information and if this data is good enough, so those conditions are met. And then we could order a labeling change. And then second important thing from the regulator's point of view is actually signal detection. So that means that as soon as we have signal detection in pharmacovigilance, the same is for efficacy. For instance, we have a patient with comorbidity. We have a patient over 65 years of age. We have all these, let's say, non-standard patients. This should be evaluated. So we should be able to evaluate this, but of course we have this lack of official evaluation of this scientific evidence, and of course we have lack of data collection systems. So this is something that we clearly need, and I really see that this is a European or a global initiative where this could be definitely done by the academia or other non-commercial stakeholders. Because industry is of course innovating. We saw a lot of improvement in last years, and a lot of those is still coming, But we see, for instance, at least in Slovenia, 4 biggest oncology products are growing in 2 years' time 50%. We cannot sustain this from the buyer's perspective, and this is something when we need to decide, and we have to have a better data to decide to whom and what dose or what duration of treatment or what intermittent dosing should be applied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mumir. Other panelists want to contribute to the discussion? Otherwise, please, Akbar.
Yes, I would like actually to give an example of a collaboration that we're currently starting in the Netherlands with all stakeholders. I'm not getting emotional, just my sore throat. We're hearing that a lot of there's no funding, and there's some studies are driven by medical professionals, etc. Patients are not being involved. Now, that's exactly what we're trying to address now in the Netherlands. We're trying to build a structure in which stakeholders together address these issues. So medical professionals, hospital associations, insurance companies, patients, to address, to identify which issues we see with certain drugs coming on the market, coming up with a protocol, devising that protocol, coming up with relevant clinical endpoints, relevant for both medical professionals as well as for patients. And if everybody agrees, and there's even we even ask for a commitment to uptake or implement the results afterwards. So beforehand, everybody has to commit to the results. And if those conditions are met, then we as government are committed to funding those studies. So we are trying to build that structure and having all of the commitments from all of the relevant stakeholders beforehand. Because we know you can have all the beautiful results that you have, but in the end, it's also about uptaking them. And it's quite a waste of money to actually fund those trials and not doing anything with the results. And that's a shame. So that's actually what we're trying to do now. It does take a lot from all the stakeholders because sometimes you really have to step out of your comfort zone. But so far, everybody's willing to enter this collaboration and see where do we go. But if you take a step back, it's actually very strange that we have to do this on a national level, because we're talking about drugs that are registered via a centralized procedure for the entire Europe. So why are we trying to tackle this on a national level? So my call to action here would actually be to do these studies on let's start EU, but afterwards perhaps on a global level, because eventually we all have the same question. It would really be a shame to fund these individually and to try to invent the wheel in every single country. And we may be able to tackle some of the hurdles, for example, recruitment. If we do these studies on an international level or a European level, it may be far more easier to actually recruit all the patients that we need. So that would be my first call to action. But if you take 2 steps back, it's actually very strange that we're trying to patch some of the problems challenges. Let's phrase it positively, that we're asking for things in the reimbursement phase that you actually want to have during the registration phase. So in response to the remark that Dr. Sullivan did, are we kicking the bucket? Yes, I think so. Let's not make all of the things voluntary in the beginning, but make it mandatory. If you really need it, let's ask for it in all transparency, so that even industry knows that these are the questions that need to be answered, because we need the answers to make good decisions on the application and the reimbursement afterwards. So 2 call for action here. And I'll switch off my activation mode.
And I think what you are referring to, I think, is central to the discussion this afternoon. And the question is, why has it worked so easily, I would say, in the Netherlands? Because that's the perception we have. But indeed, from the EORTC point of view, for instance, why we wanted to stimulate this question at the international level. First, because we are an international organization, and of course, because ideally, at least the trials, the optimization trial that we have on the pipeline are very large trials that take a certain number of years because they address fundamental questions. And indeed, we don't see them being performed at the national level. So the question also is the model that you have in the Netherlands, how can we internationalize it? How can there be collaboration between different member states? And we could start with, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 as a pilot model, to deliver very rapidly this type of trial, and a little bit to some extent regaining autonomy in what we want to do, because we are losing autonomy to some extent.
And I absolutely agree. I think one of the first stages to actually get this collaboration going on a European level is to make treatment optimization mandatory. If it's one of the conditions in the marketing authorization, then there's also an incentive on a European level to work together and to pool money. Because if you have to pay it as the Netherlands alone, well, our budget is going to be limited. But if we do it together, we can fund so many more trials. We can do so much more. So that's what I would advise is these treatment, we have to ask for it during scientific advice, make scientific advice mandatory instead of voluntary, but also it has to be a condition during in the marketing authorization, a hard condition that has to be met. And if we have that condition, it makes for us as EU member states much easier to refer to that condition, like, hey, we really have to do this study. And so we have to pool our money together to do this.
Martin, and then Beat.
I mean, it was mentioned here before, and I completely agree that scientific advice should be used more to define clearer aims effectively. I guess definitely one wants to still incentivize new innovation coming to patients. I think that could be definitely a very good way forward. I think there's one element of public trials being funded that one shouldn't completely dismiss is the fact of data ownership. And I'm wondering whether that should be considered more than just the utility that looks on the surface as if, we're kicking the bucket. And I don't know to what extent and to what scale that could be useful, but I think definitely when we look at it from a academic trialist perspective, we learn so much more out of the data sets that we have ownership of than the ones that we don't. And I have to say, honestly, I don't think that you can demand a private investor to make all data shared. I mean, I can see where the concern comes that you then don't have, you then really get into competition problems. But I'm wondering whether that should be taken a little bit into consideration of this funding, because it could identify your next big question that you want to ask.
Beat, you wanted to.
Yes, actually, I would want to come back to your suggestion to make this treatment optimization mandatory and then also shift it to the pre-approval phase. I think indeed we would need to carefully think about the distribution of when do we want to collect what data and who would be responsible. So I can see that there are responsibilities for the public domain on certain aspects of treatment optimization, but I also feel there is responsibilities with the sponsors to do certain things before approval. And I mean, we are discussing this increasingly because we have shifted approval to an earlier and earlier point for all kinds of reasons. But part of the difficulties we are facing as HTAs is due to the fact that we have these early approvals. I mean, if we go for approval with phase 2 data, of course, we are in trouble if phase 2 only is single-arm trials. So if we want to decide to go early, then we should make phase 2 comparative trials. So I think we have to come to a fair distribution of responsibility for generating this data, and also a good distribution of the time points when which type of data needs to be available. As I said, by now actually the European Health Technology Assessment will be done in parallel to EMA's procedure of approval. That means we need the data at that point. And that means it should be collected during the drug development. And this, let's say, basic comparative effectiveness should be pre-approval and the responsibility of the company. Further treatment optimizations might be post-approval and the responsibility of society and the healthcare systems. So I think we need to strike the balance here. Thank you.
I think there was a question on this side. No question on that side. No. Okay, so maybe Rosa.
Yeah, so first of all, I would like to commend and thank the EMA and the EORTC for having offered the opportunity to have a very open and frank discussion about this topic. And secondly, I would like to thank Pierre for blaming the clinicians for being the ones, accepting low quality, if you want, endpoint and so on. So very interesting discussion. I think that as expected, today's discussion is everybody has the feeling that we want to discuss, many topics. And I think that maybe we want to steer a little bit the discussion. And the way I see it is that we are talking of optimization. And the question that I ask myself is, okay, sake for the, like a very absurd scenario that I have all the fancy drugs or whatever for free. Should I still feel, will I still have the need to optimize the drugs? And the answer is yes, because on a daily basis, as a healthcare professional, I need to extrapolate, I need to understand for how long I need to give the drug, if the dose is correct, and in my opinion is not for the majority of the, let's say, biologicals that are developed, because, and actually, Pierre, you're right, this was our fault partly, because we kept developing them with the wrong assumption that were close to chemotherapy. So, but the first point is that I to detach, to individuate, as we said before, the drivers. So, and of course, we want to have the discussion about the cost, because this is the discussion that we're having today is basically, where precision medicine, precision oncology, that it's not so precise yet as we wish, meets public health. And it's, of course, is a very critical discussion. But the first point is, on the scientific side. Another comment that I want to make, we are talking of optimization of trials and drugs, optimization of cancer drugs. Well, we cannot optimize. I'm not English native speaker, but optimize means that you have something good and you want to make it better. But if the drug is not that good and it's associated like 2 weeks gain in PFS, this is not optimization. It's not an optimization discussion. It's something else, and we want to think about it maybe at another time. The point that I found very interesting is about globalization, the global discussion. And this is on an ethical basis, because basically patient needs are the same worldwide, I think, from a cancer perspective, maybe not 100%, okay, but it's fine. So you see, I disagree even with myself, but okay, this is for another point. But there is also another important level. So as a matter of fact, as it is the system today, the new drugs are developed by the private sector, okay, by companies. And I think that it is really needed a connection between different regulatory environments. HTA level is a bit more complex because, of course, my dream will be a global HTA, but I think it's already, already in a macro area as Europe has proved to be quite difficult. But at least at regulatory level, there should be an alignment between the major players in the field about the requirements, because if mom says something and dad says something else, it's very confusing for companies, and it's never going to happen that there will be this global development. And I cannot be more in agreement when we say that scientific advice should be mandatory. Maybe, we need to rephrase it because it really doesn't sound good, but actually this is very important. And I agree with what you said about, there are different types in drug development, there may be different requirements. I agree with you when you say, it's very important to know as much as possible at the time in a pre-marketing authorization phase. But why are we keeping thinking of drug development in a linear way. Okay, so it's like step by step. I mean, once you've done step one, you go to step two. Actually, it's more a circular way. And I think that, yes, it's different, the relevant weight of the different stakeholders, but it's not necessarily, I mean, as I see the interaction between different parties at different time points, not just pre-marketing or post-marketing. And I regret that time brought with me my slide that I've been presented for 11 years, which just shows better maybe of how phrased. And I will stop here for that.
Yeah, maybe I think that's an hen and egg question. So I think for some drugs, more could be done pre-licensing on optimization, with others probably not. And why is drug development not circular? I guess because patent times are not, and hence there is a time limit on everything. So you de-incentivize innovation if you have a huge optimization package. Well, what's something where there is a real unmet medical need, and we can argue how you define unmet medical need and who should define that, or how should we come to that concept of unmet medical need. And maybe for those kind of drugs, you do less in the optimization phase as a pre-license requirement, because it takes years, as we just discussed. Even if we were to do it at an international level, it would still take years, not to recruit the patient, but you know yourself, then the endpoints are not easy to come by. So I think we need to play this a little bit by ear, and we need to look at what medicines, what does, and there I agree, what does society need, and as medicines, what do we need? I mean, at the moment, everybody looks at oncology because oncology is still to a degree a huge unmet need. If there were other drugs against neurodegenerative diseases, that might shift. There might be less of an interest in oncology, and we may take the view on oncology completely different than we do today. So I think that's just thinking a little bit and coming back. Yeah, we cannot spend decades on reiterating drug development because patent timelines finish at 20 years.
Yes, there is a question here.
Yeah, thank you. Looking this also from the point of view of scientific advice, I would actually have a question to the panelists that whether you see that the future legislation as it is written now, we don't know whether it looks like that at the end, but anyway, do you foresee that it kind of changes our tools to enforce companies to do optimization earlier? I mean, at the moment, at the scientific advice, we can recommend companies to do something, but we do not have the legal power to force them to do optimization. And in relation to that, do you think that this sort of line between optimization and benefit risk, is it going to change? Because personally, I don't see it quite as clear as perhaps some of you do, that this is treatment optimization, this is a benefit risk question, because they are partly overlapping. What comes to, for instance, the duration of treatment, you expose the patient to more adverse events the longer you give the treatment in most cases, and they are genuinely partly overlapping. But do we see a change here in the future? And having said this, I fully agree that the time aspect is, although drug development shouldn't be linear, the time aspect is relevant based on simply on the examples we heard today. For instance, the trastuzumab duration optimization, for which the results are, when they have been published, they are outdated because the treatment algorithm has completely changed, or our requirement to do a monotherapy study for nivolumab in renal cell carcinoma instead of the combination study that we haven't seen so far. So the time aspect is relevant, and we hope to get tools to put the pressure earlier on drug development.
Yes, you want to comment?
So this is a strange dialogue because at the Oncology Working Party, Oli is the vice chair, I'm the chair. So, and we are both members of the Scientific Advisory Working Party. So it is a private discussion. If you want to leave us alone,
allowed to challenge each other, aren't we?
No. Just I will answer your question, Oli. Just first two very short reflections. Sorry for the comments I made on the investigators. Rosa, ti voglio bene, lo sai. Second reflection, I believe that if we use the word mandatory, let's be very careful, because if we make too many things mandatory, we may delay the availability of some drugs that could be important. And Beat, I believe that we are all in agreement. It should be sometimes strongly recommended or nearly mandatory. And in some other opportunities, we should accept marketing the drugs without having the best solution. And Rosa, you're right. The best could be the enemy of the good in some instances. It's not a reason not to be very demanding. Oli, I hope, maybe I'm too optimistic, that this will change something. If I understood well, we will get more room for asking the questions at the level of the scientific advices. You know that in our template for writing the reports, we have a small section which is other remarks not related to the questions. I would change the title of that section and say other remarks, including optimization. And we would even offer the companies a possibility to make their case on whether they believe that optimization is necessary, which optimization and so on, to enter into a debate with the Scientific Advisory Working Party and the CHMP. I believe it would be important, but you're right, it will be only recommendation. But once we have written in the scientific advice something which is an advice, it's a bit difficult for the applicant not to take that into account at the time of the marketing authorization, not necessarily offering the solution before the marketing authorization, but receiving a strong message that the marketing authorization is given under some conditions, including more work on how the treatment should be used, first line or second line, full dose or half dose for 2 months or only for 15 days, or anything like that. So maybe I'm too optimistic, but if this survives some lobbying attempts, I believe it could be very useful. We are not at the final redaction of the text yet, but if the European Commission is solid enough, maybe we will get something that could be very useful. This is my wish.
Thank you. No, indeed, just to contribute to your question, and based on the clinical trial that Bertrand Tombal presented earlier, the de-escalate, which is well, an optimization trial. Indeed, we basically reassess the risk-benefit ratio, and we did so with the patients, and we rewrote the protocol with patients. So yes, indeed, there is an overlap. But maybe in terms of take-home message or policy action that we should take, taking into the limits that you are telling us, Pierre, for the agency, there is still room maybe to, again, I'm not sure how to say, to redistribute, to reassess, or to reorganize, or to re-engineer the role of different stakeholders. We don't want, of course, to delay access to certain drug. Time is very important, but on the other hand, and we see the example of the Optimus project, for instance, there are some questions that indeed should be addressed before marketing authorization. And we hear Beat indeed that says also, okay, it cannot be pushed back to the downstream stakeholder completely. So I think here there is, and I think today is a starting point where I believe in the future we should continue this discussion and see how we can make changes in that in that respect, and also involve the independent sector organization. Okay, I mean EURTC, but there are other organizations, not only EURTC, the independent sector in this development, because at this point in time, all these optimization programs happen based on the goodwill, with all the limits we have heard about, not international, local, poorly funded, difficult to. So I think we have to re-engineer indeed in the sense that this is on the agenda somehow. I think there was a comment, and then Etienne, Winnet.
Yes, thank you, Denis. And I would like to first to say that I really enjoyed the whole meeting. And I think I'm speaking of many people here around me whom I heard speaking during the break. The fact that we are sitting here is already a big step forward. And I really hope that this can have a follow-up. And therefore, my question is, first of all, to Mr. Ketwaru, because I think we all feel that we should change, but how? And we are talking about treatment optimization, which is also a very general, I would say, statement, because maybe it's easier to reduce dose than to reduce the duration of treatment, given the healthcare system is still paying for every cycle of chemotherapy or whatever drug. So a very practical question to you. We are here with many European countries. We have European independent organizations. What are the concrete next steps to get it done, what you have been doing in the Netherlands? And like the SONIA trial, where you have this revolving fund, that exactly could help to initiate new trials. So what do we need to make it happen?
Wow, that's really putting me on the spot. There's no golden bullet for it. I think this is, first of all, the first step is, do we share that ambition to actually do this on a EU level? I think that's the first step. And then we have to see what the next steps are going to be. I like to dream. It's not always realistic, but that's why I made the remark that if you make treatment optimization studies part of the conditional approval, it would incentivize more EU collaboration. You could think of a model where, similar to how we do assessment for registration, with a rapporteur and a co-rapporteur, that one or two countries take the lead in actually setting up that study and being and maybe even funding it together. I think you do need some sort of leadership, and you do have to put the responsibility in someone's hands to as a sort of a project leader role. But you may have similar to the assessment phase, a rapporteur and a co-rapporteur for doing that study. That may be an idea, but these are just brainwaves at the moment. I think the first step that we have to do is, do we share that we should do this on an EU level? And then we have to look further.
On this, what do you think? Well, you are sort of representing the younger patients. We know that elderly will have totally different priorities. What do you think? How powerful are patients from all different age groups to get this happen?
Difficult to answer, but I honestly, in terms of how powerful they are, I think the power is not only on the patient side, but in collaborating with you to make this happen. And then in terms of what you actually highlighted is that there are two different populations, the elder and the younger. And this is, at this point, I would get back to actually inquiring about what their preferences are. And we know that the preferences are different even among the same disease type, and they're going to be different among different ages as well. Not sure if this answers the question.
So we have Etienne, I think, was first.
Yes, thank you. Very happy also to be here, and thank you for this very nice debate. My question is related to, I understand very well the need to promote pragmatic trials to better define what would be low interventional research and maybe post-marketing research needed. But what strikes me is that also we probably need to take into account the big epidemiological transition that we face in terms of life expectancy and the aging process that we face amongst our patients. It's not only for cancer, of course, but it rings or echoes very well with all this question of de-escalation and stepwise dose escalation, for example, or adjustment. And we know that very often the principle of frailty that is assessed in older ones is very pregnant from the age of 70, which means that we need many adjustments. So at the end of the day, it is a bit as if research was completely conducted in a very artificial frame and then exported inadequately with no rules and risk taken for patients, not rightly. And I would like to know what is foreseen or how this should be addressed in order to match better with the reality of the patients that we have in routine. I think that's a major point, which is really stressed by all the numbers in any kind of settings of practice. It is almost 40 to 50% of our patients, above 65 certainly, but above 70 very soon. So that's it.
Well, I don't know if somebody wants to take the question, but certainly older adults are fully part of the strategy of optimization. Certainly, as you know, they are high on the agenda, especially for all that is de-escalation. And this is actually one of the challenges we have on the table, how to perform that efficiently. Yes.
But that means that probably in terms of policy, in terms of rules, we need to change mindsets and ways we develop. And so that's a big effort. I agree, but we cannot avoid it. I think the onus is on us.
But maybe also to come back, maybe not going in with the expectations that because you're older, you tolerate less and you should be changed. I think myeloma was a great example, I think, where there is a fragility scale, and that fragility scale is not necessarily age-linked. So I think we should come to good assessments what patients can tolerate, and that's not necessarily age-limited. So I think when we go in with age as the factor, it's in itself discriminating. So I hear you, and I think you're right. We need to make, as an industry, more of an effort to appeal to older patients in clinical trials, and we're looking at decentralized effort, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we are not there yet. I will agree with that. But age is not the only factor.
I think we have Rafael.
Yes, thank you, Dennis. I feel that this is the right moment to bring a little bit of global perspective from the WHO side. I think that the vision here is clear. What has been discussed today indicates that we are at an inflection point, and that failure to act now risk to slow progress down for the decades ahead. And the question here is, again, how can we synergize and join efforts to make meaningful changes to the cancer clinical trials ecosystem, acknowledging also that many aspects that have been discussed today cut across the different medical disciplines. The multiple and complex challenges highlighted today can only be addressed through multi-stakeholder collaboration and cooperation. And we just mentioned the importance of the epidemiological shift and the implications. We mentioned the importance of addressing the needs for the childhood cancer and the adolescent community, and the needs also, we need to consider needs in low and middle income countries. Because if the aspects discussed today are important for our communities in high-income countries, you can imagine how important they are in low resource contexts. I would like to highlight what is WHO doing on clinical trials side, and also what is the cancer team doing together with the science division to address these multiple challenges. Traditionally, we have not focused much on research and development, but things started changing recently. We started looking at priorities, gaps, priorities for new investment, capacity strengthenings for health and research and development. We did our landscape analysis and pipeline analysis of childhood cancer drugs, highlighting the gaps and barriers in the R&D development for medicine for childhood cancer. And this exercise has provided the basis for an ongoing pediatric drug optimization exercise that aims to identify the key priorities for the childhood cancer community. Similar analysis is currently ongoing for the adults cancer. We have done an analysis on more than 100,000 clinical trials from the ICTRP, International Clinical Trials Registration Platform, that is curated by WHO and includes data from 24 different trials registries. The preliminary analysis is already available, and we aim to publish it in a couple of months. But this represents just the cornerstone for the broader ambition to offer guidance and support to member states to facilitate the adoption of best practices in cancer clinical trials that matter to the patients. And this is linked to an important initiative that is the WHO Initiative on Clinical Trials, launched last year in response to the 2022 resolution on clinical trials, where member states gave WHO the mandate to strengthening clinical trials to provide high quality evidence on health interventions and to improve research quality and coordination. This activity is currently ongoing. It's a multi-step process involving multi-stakeholder consultation, different consultations. In November, we hosted the first Global Clinical Trials Forum in Geneva. We had the pleasure to have Denis Lacombe as part of the ORTC, together with additional 150 experts from different disciplines, including policy, regulators, ethics, clinical research, and etc., from 6 different regions. And the actions proposed advocate for fewer clinical trials, well-designed trials, generating compelling evidence for improved policy and practice that can lead to improved outcomes in patients and populations. We will update you on the next steps, but we also want to highlight that within these broader activities, or the activity, we aim to launch a minor activity focusing on cancer. And we think that this can be the right occasion to work together to try to address these different challenges in a coordinated manner. Last, I would like to highlight the importance of the education, because I think that we really need to improve the education, but from medical students, starting from medical students, because educating and improving the approach to clinical research to clinicians. I know that Rosa might disagree, but it might be too late. And I really want to thank Chris and Movement for the Common Sense in Oncology for what you're doing, because I think that you're doing great to improve the critical mass around this important topic. Over.
Thank you. I think indeed the initiative of the WHO is really interesting, and I think we can really merge forces there. So happy to continue the discussion. Certainly, I think we have Momir that has been waiting, who has been waiting for a long time, and then Martin. Momir, sorry.
Thank you, Denis. I just want to have a key takeaway message, because I think it's crucial that we also identify. We already know that this projected increases of cancer attributable healthcare costs, and if we accompany this by staff shortages that we have with the workforce, this will impose future economic and operational challenges on the national healthcare system. And if you look that we have longer treatment durations and more cycles of therapy per patients, this is contributing to the spending growth. And on one side, each country in Europe, for instance, is signing market entry agreements, So, for instance, and I will be very direct, if you deduct 1% of those funds, from for instance, from top 12 medicines, I did just the fast calculation, this will generate 300 million of funds to generate this kind of research, and this is something, that we should put on a political point of view, because each health minister would like to have some innovative mechanism to, of course, unlock the value from these expensive therapies, but also to identify where the clinical research is needed. So I really think that we should start working with the criteria where the treatment optimization should be initiated. Thank you.
Thank you, Momir. Martin and then Chris. Martin.
Yeah, I think I'm, very, very enthusiastic about the idea of having more, of these questions encapsulated in scientific advice. However, although I only work in one disease and I have had the real privilege of being part of a national trials team, I have to say the questions that I am being asked when I take part in scientific advice, I find amongst the hardest that I'm facing in my professional life, because they go into very deep knowledge about generally how I approach patients or how I approach the optimization of treatments. And it gets even more difficult with the more treatments that are coming along. So I'm just trying in my head to square this with, the comments that we heard before, of course, that we don't want to kick the bucket, etc. I'm just wondering, who do you think will be giving you the scientific advice from the clinician perspective in the future? I mean, where are the experts going to get the training to understand at such an early point of development in which direction you can optimize a drug? Because I feel this is very, very different from drug to drug.
Yeah, I can address that, because recently we have launched a pilot in educational program in oncology. So together with the chair of the CHMP and the chair of scientific advice. So this is addressed actually to all clinicians and trying to understand how we evaluate benefit risk, how we operate in terms of procedures, so the centralized system, the scientific advice. Also the guideline that we have in oncology, and as well as endpoints to be used, and an overview of all the centrally authorized products which have been approved with their pharmacological action. So that's actually the aim, is to get these webinars to these clinicians, so that at some point we could also ask them to take part in scientific advice procedures and the centralized system. So that was the idea of training actually clinicians, and that's actually available on our website.
I think my comment was slightly going to the direction of the payers or as well, because I guess the question is, I didn't want to put you on the spot. I think that just has to be an understanding who is going to give you the advice about how to use these drugs best in the future, and whether in thinking about investment should be going a little bit further about beyond how you use that individual drug that you use in that one trial that you fund, and actually, things about the future as well.
Sorry, that is a good question, and we do see that. For example, what we're currently doing in the Netherlands is every medical association that, of course, oncology is always our oncologists are just one front runners when it comes to this. They already have like scientific committees that are specialized in assessing new medications. But what we're now trying to do is to extend that to other medical professions. So we subsidized a project for our medical association to actually give training to every medical association and set up committees that are specialized in assessing medicines. So to try and to get that knowledge of how do you assess a medicine, and what endpoints matter, and in what phase. It won't solve all of the problems, and maybe not even in the early development, but it's a start. It helps in actually getting that knowledge to the field.
We have Chris, and then you, Chris.
Great. Thank you. I have two comments. The first is really to follow up on Dr. Rafa's comments, and I think just to emphasize that most of us in this room are from high-income countries, but the burden of cancer is greatest right now in lower and middle-income countries. And I think if as a collective community we're serious about doing the most we can to reduce the suffering of cancer, we need to think about how to balance the moonshot and groundshot initiatives. And so we spent a lot of time talking about moonshot aspirations, which will define treatments for patients tomorrow. And we need to continue to push that envelope. But we also need to remember the patients today. And we could probably save more lives right now if we just focus on implementing the knowledge we already have and the treatments that we already know work. And this is just not just an issue in countries from lower and middle income economic backgrounds, but in all of our countries where there's populations and segments of society that don't have access to those treatments that make a major difference. So I just wanted to drive that home because Dr. Rafa reminded us of the global relevance of this. The second point is just to highlight that, one of the way out of these problems is going to continue to be the RCT. And the RCT, I think we need to recognize still in 2024 is still the best tool to identify new treatments for tomorrow. There's a lot of discussions in some quarters about, do we need randomized trials anymore? Are we too smart? Can we use AI and real world data and synthetic control arms? And all of those things have a role. But I just, as a health services researcher, I built my career working with real world data, and there's a lot of things we can do post-approval to look at access, quality, and outcomes. But just because it's real world doesn't mean it's real good. Pardon my Canadian English. And so there are a lot of pitfalls with moving away from the RCT towards single arm studies, synthetic control arms, et cetera. I just think it's worth emphasizing that RCTs remain a really, really important tool for our field moving forward.
Thank you. A lot of people are asking to contribute. So Richard.
So I just want to pick up from what Rosa said, which I think was absolutely critical, which is the first thing is, I guess, the ethos here. At the end of the day, optimization strategies are not here to solve problems which are intrinsic to regulatory authorization. If we're dealing with drugs getting onto markets where there is really insufficient evidence for their clinical efficacy, optimization strategies won't sort that out at all. And I think we've got to be careful of mixing the wheat and the chaff together. The second point is, it's about the ethos. If this is about public good, it's about patients, forget the economics. I agree with you on that. That's a second order element. Then you're talking about national bodies and national funding strategies, which are much wider because we're not just talking about optimization of drugs here, radiotherapy coming down, nuclear medicine, surgical techniques. And this suddenly becomes a big budget ticket item to do that sort of research. And I think we often get caught in the biopharmaceutical echo chamber here without really considering the funding strategies which take into account all of this. So I just think, just to hold that up, just for a bit of a thinking. Thanks.
Sure. We have Gauthier, Beat, and then I think we will have to leave, keep 10 minutes for Francesco to take the conclusion. So,
all right.
Gauthier.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I'm Gauthier Bruce from the Anti-Cancer Fund. So we're funding clinical trials, and some of them are optimization trials. I'm a bit worried by what I heard about the clinical uptake of some of the optimized trials, and especially about drugs. I actually wonder if a formal medicines agency approval of the new schedule would actually help the clinical uptake of that new schedule. So we talked about Sonia, we talked about like Persephone of 6 months versus 12 months. I just wonder, and I would like to hear the panel and maybe the regulator the opinion on this, whether a formal approval endorsement by the regulator would actually help with the clinical uptake. Thank you.
So this is underlining the in accordance to my comments on the mandatory character of some scientific advices of optimization studies. I believe that we must tailor things on a case-by-case basis. If we perceive that a drug developed as it is will bring a major advantage to the patients on very acceptable endpoints, but we could have had better development, let's not wait. let's make the drug available as early as possible because it will benefit to the patients. We can improve. And if we improve after marketing authorization, who cares? The importance is to have the drug available as soon as possible, provided that it brings a benefit which is relevant to the patients. And if we can do better, okay. In some instances, however, we are facing developments that could go to an evidence for a marginal positive benefit-risk ratio. And we believe that development, as it is proposed, will not fulfill the demands of the society, of the patients, of the payers, of anyone. But because the benefit-risk is positive even marginally, we may put the drug on the market, which is a pity. And there, we may have a very strong demand for optimization of the drug, of the development, call it as you want, but sometimes better delaying the approval and get a more solid package with something that brings some improvement to the patients instead of having something which will be useless and that could be developed or not properly after the marketing authorization. So my answer is gray. Sometimes better waiting, sometimes better accelerating without waiting any further.
I think, I want to correct a bit then. It's really post-approval. I mean, the drug is there. It's been used for, the standard schedule is 12 months. Then you have a trial optimizing it and say 6 months is fine. But then you have no formal endorsement by the regulator because it's not submitted. Would that help the clinical uptake? That's my question.
Okay, I see your point. So if we follow the legislation as modified, and if, once more, this is not changed for the final adoption, the optimization study could be a condition of the marketing authorization. It could be that far. And as soon as the results are available with a commitment with the timelines and so on, the marketing authorization holder should submit a variation to change the marketing authorization and change the duration of the treatment. This is the extreme of the legislation, but I believe it could be possible. Did I address your question?
Yeah, correctly. But I think a marketing authorization holder is not going to cut his leg by asking to change the label to reduce the duration of the treatment. So they will never submit.
So let's be realistic. Sometimes we have applicants just before the marketing authorization committing to anything just to get the marketing authorization. And after, because I was a member of the CHMP in previous life, we wait for the study, which is never submitted. So not a surprise. So this is where I believe we must have a dialogue with some other authority fields. If we make it mandatory to maintain price reimbursement, if we introduce penalties or incentives, let's be positive for once, I believe we could make some progress here. But I do agree with you, if it is absolutely contrary to the interests of the industry, I believe that any trick not to submit the final optimization will be used. Yes, but it's our job to prevent that. It's the play.
I think, Beate, did you ask to speak?
Yes, maybe I would like to briefly follow up on Chris' intervention on the RCTs. Actually, I think what became clear, I think, is that we need more trials and they should be faster and cheaper and better so that we can answer all these questions. And from a methodological point of view, I think we can achieve these answers indeed better with randomized controlled trials. And as far as I remember, all your suggestions from the first section have been randomized trials. So what we have done over the past years is try to explore other things like single arm trials with external controls and real world data, non-randomized, and that is where we get into trouble methodologically. We might go down the route, and that is rather hampering treatment optimization rather than supporting it. And therefore, I would also strongly support this notion that we should concentrate on the trial designs that indeed provide us with the answers we need. Thank you.
In the interest of time, Rosa, maybe the last comment, because then
two super quick reactions. So the first one, I want to help my friend Pierre and say that in the end, everything cannot be go back to the regulator. So for instance, in the case of the SONIA trial and so on, I think that a huge role is up to the Learn Society with guidelines supporting clinicians in their clinical activities. So again, collaboration at different stages. This is an example. And I also want to quickly comment on the Martin question first. We are dealing at the scientific advice with drug that barely know. There is a lot of uncertainty. I want to give an advice, but there remains uncertainty. Maybe not everything can be clarified, and I totally agree on that. The point is that when designing the trial, so we go back to the very beginning. Okay, let's not just go for the whatever is the dose that the maximum tolerated dose. So let's try to to target the dose that is actually maybe lower than the one suggested, and let's try to ask why this dose was suggested. And about duration, for instance, this is something that maybe it's more for post-marketing, but in certain situations, if there is a randomization of duration of 1 year versus 2 years, let's consider also 6 months, because for many drugs, if we had designed trial in that direction, maybe we would have we would not be in the position of needing post-approval trials. But these are just a couple of examples.
Okay. I think Donna from the FDA is asking to make a comment. Sorry, we've not been very good. I've not been very good as a chair to take care of the people online. So Donna?
Sure. Thank you so much. No, I just wanted to briefly comment on what was just said around randomization, and just mention and kind of echo this point we've been talking about a lot here at FDA, that this is really not an either or, right? It's not a dichotomy, but there's this continuum. And I think in many ways, pragmatic trials can retain randomization, but the point is trying to streamline, to introduce more patient centricity, think about ways in which you can introduce pragmatic elements, decentralization, broadened eligibility, and have this bit of opportunity to innovate in that way. And that ultimately, I think a lot of the conversation is focused on what is getting at this balance between the pre-market needs, of course, of having a drug authorized or approved, and then the opportunities in the post-market for further refinement. So I think certainly a balance, but also a need for methodological rigor to ensure that we're bringing the most effective and safe drugs to market. Thanks.
Well, I think in the interest of time, I think we were going to close the discussion, and I will pass to Francesco for some take-home message and outcome of the meeting. And before so, I would like to really thank all of you, thank the speakers, the panelists for a very rich contribution. And I hope, of course, it's just a start, because there are many still challenges to take forward.
Yeah, thank you, Denis, and thank you all. This has been really, I really enjoyed listening to so much thoughts and experience from you, and learned a lot. I think there is a feeling of a lot of alignment, at least on what are the problems and the many opportunities here. Now, I will not try to summarize, because I will not give it justice, and I think there will be a summary produced from the meeting, so you will have time to reread the many rich insights that we collected. But I have 3 reflections, essentially. One is, what are the research questions that we're talking about, how to support optimization, and then what is there for the regulators to do in practice? Now, when I approached this topic, I thought optimization, what a poor word. I mean, seriously, what have we optimized in perhaps 2-3 generation maximum of oncology drugs? Very little. Do you know what is the optimal dose of 5-FU? I don't know. And so really it is a very high bar that we are putting for ourselves. Optimizing, we are even just improving, that would be a lot, and we need to pick our battles carefully, because there is always a risk of endlessly optimizing, when actually, as Philippe Josephson put in, one of our assessors put in and CHMP members put in the chat, often optimization means you need a better drug. As Christopher also mentioned, some of these effects are seen as marginal. So really, there isn't so much to optimize there, and it's also a matter of then always how much to spend in optimization and how much in innovation, and it's a difficult choice. So we will need a good debate on these things. Last but not least, Olli Teunanen mentioned the issue of timing. It's not trivial. It's what I call the divide and conquer approach. Should we divide all the possible problems of dose, of schedule, of duration, and only then look at efficacy, or should we just combine all of our weapons in one and go for the best we have, and then try to disentangle the different components, conquer first and divide approach? It's not trivial. So we need also some methodology probably, but first and foremost, these initiatives like Common Sense, like the CMF, that bring us together, multi-stakeholder, to discuss these things, I think are spot on. And there are opportunities to align even our CMF now. We need to think, Denis, whether this is something that can be more inclusive and more collaborative with other similar initiatives. Second, how to support. I think David put it very clearly that one of the key problems is the funding, and David's picture of Marat in the bathtub really reflects well the challenges of ambitious goals in face of very practical constraints, and we do have monumental challenges ahead due to the lack of funding. Is payer funding the solution? Well, it has been successful in a number of cases, so certainly not something to be disregarded. On the contrary, to build on. But as we heard, probably thinking more internationally where possible is certainly an option. And the many of the examples of the people like Bertrand and colleagues who deserve all of our respect for having actually managed to put together and conduct and launch de-escalation trials despite all of these difficulties, despite the fact that in the current framework, optimization trials are seen as some sort of a very interventional trial, somewhat different than the objectives that the investigators have in mind. So really chapeau, but it is possible, and it is encouraging to see that there is a role for EU institutions, EU funding bodies, and other organizations to support this effort. So I think that is something that is encouraging, but at the same time, there is work to do. And Professor Gisselbrecht in the chat reminded us how much waste there is due to bureaucracy in clinical trials, and are we really optimizing the way we apply these risk-based approaches to our clinical trials? Something that we really need to seriously think about. Which brings me to the last point, which is the regulators. What can we do? Caroline has allocated a number of things. I think we certainly, even if our role is limited, to just communicate what we know and what we don't know, and follow up so that everybody's in the picture of what we would like to have, I think is important. Recommendations, it's true that they only go so far in getting things done, but at least people who take decisions on these drugs should know what we would ideally have, what is not there yet, and what is being done to fill the gap. So I think developing communications about all of these aspects, I think would be good. Use your templates and design new templates if needed. and modernize, like we heard from Donna, modernize the evidence generation. Of course, this is an incredibly important aspect. We should leverage also the initiative we have with real world data and so on, and work internationally. I think that it certainly will not substitute the randomized clinical trials when the questions deserves that type of evidence, but can help with a lot of other optimization and other questions. And so last but not least, I just conclude by echoing the warmest thanks from from Emer Cook, our executive director. Warmest thanks to you for being here, for contributing to the discussion, and warmest thanks to Denis, especially for putting together this wonderful workshop. To be continued. Thank you very much.